All right, we are up and running. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Zoom. Happy July 27th. Tonight's meeting will be conducted on the Zoom platform and live streamed on Cohasset 143 TV and Cohasset's Facebook page. The public is invited to participate on the Zoom platform, which can be accessed using the link provided at the top of the posted agenda for tonight's meeting. Members of the board and other scheduled participants will be able to participate when called on by me. Board members will be able to ask questions of any participant, and all votes taken will be by roll call. Members of the public who wish to ask questions are asked to raise their virtual hand on Zoom, and at my discretion, we will promote you into the meeting. You must provide your full name and address for public record. Also, please note that comments on Facebook will not be monitored. This meeting is also being recorded and will be available for later viewing on Cohasset 143 TV. We will start with opening the meeting with a roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton here.
Corey Evans here.
Jean or Diane?
Jean Healy-Dippold here.
Diane Kennedy here.
And Carrie Thompson here. And to do our Pledge of Allegiance tonight, I want to introduce you to one of Cohasset's newest officers, Thomas Brown, who is our most recent grad from the Police Academy. And we're so happy to welcome Thomas here. There he is. Hi, Thomas.
Hi, everyone. How you doing?
Everyone can stand for the pledge. The floor is yours, Thomas. Welcome.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yay. Thank you, Thomas. We are so happy to have you in Cohasset.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yay. I'm sure you'll all see Thomas around in his new uniform. We're happy to have him on the force. Okay. We are now opening the floor for any public comments. I will wait a minute and see if we see anyone coming in for public comment. All right, I do not see any as of now. If any come in, we can try to address that. All right, we have a busy agenda tonight, starting with licenses and permits. I believe we have an update on our filming request from Countess Productions. I think Chris, the producer, is coming in to give us an update on the filming schedule. Hi, Chris. I see you if you can hear us, and Jen. Hi,
And
Jen.
I'm unmuting and I am starting video, and here we are.
Hi.
Sorry, hello guys. Sorry, I had to run to the nearest Starbucks. I'm in Gloucester. We're filming overnight and there is no signal to be had down there. So I'm
You
like a
couldn't-
half hour away from the set. This is the closest I can come. I hope it holds.
I-
Forgive the new age that pumps out of the local Starbucks here. But yes, I'm here to answer any
You
questions
look
you guys
like such a producer. You're playing the role perfectly in your outfit.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Now if I could just get that paycheck, it'll be a beautiful thing.
So we're happy to talk to you again, Chris. I know we're coming into production days and filming
Yes.
days, and I know you've sent us some more info about everything, but just wanted to get an updated schedule from you. I believe you sent us an updated schedule that I have in front of me. But if you could just
Yes.
go over the updated schedule and, the
Well, all the times are the same, all the dates are the same,
Okay.
so that hasn't changed. What has changed is we're crunching in our fireworks to take place hopefully over the course of just 2 days, and that would be Friday the 30th, Wednesday the 4th. So we kind of revamped everything so that we could squeeze as much as we can into the nighttime hours, pushing that 2 o'clock limit, but being done by 2. So I do have Thursday the 5th and Friday the 6th as placeholders in the event that we don't finish all of our firework work in those 2 days. If there's weather or wind or anything else that slows it down, then we would want to complete it on the night of Thursday the 5th and Friday, August the 6th. But so far, I'm told the weather kind of changes on a dime, but for whatever iPhone weather's worth, it looks like it's going to be a pleasant week. So hopefully that holds.
Okay, wonderful. Jen, do you have any other updates?
No, just that Chris did send along the videos for everybody to view, and I believe those are in the OneDrive. So that's
Okay.
all I had.
Yes, I did see you just sent some fireworks videos out, so people can look at those in the OneDrive if they want. Are there any other questions or concerns for Chris? Diane?
Yeah, sorry, was trying to find my raised hand, couldn't find it.
That's all right.
Just wondered, just wanted to follow up on sort of the outreach to the neighbors. I did watch the videos and just in the time, I'm so excited about this, and I don't want to put any more limitations on it, except, you know, when I watch the videos, they are startling noises, and because they're not like full-fledged fireworks, I think it's almost could be more jarring to hear it kind of in isolation. So I want to, again, make sure that as many people in town know about it, and just wondered what you've done in terms of outreach to the neighbors especially.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, because actually it did slip my mind. I do have a letter that I was waiting to send to you guys for approval based on these new times and this updated schedule. So now that I have that, I'll plug that into the new letter, send it off to you guys. And if you give me the thumbs up that it's good to distribute, I'll start distributing it tomorrow.
And I think if we can also be sharing this on social media and in all of our other town communications, just to get the word out, that's really important.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay. I know I am good with approving this unless anyone else has any other problems. Do we want to make a motion to approve this filming schedule?
So moved.
All right.
Yeah, hey, Carrie, I would like it, I would just maybe amend Jack's motion to make sure filming schedule subject to notice being given to neighbors as discussed earlier.
I'll reform the motion to include that.
Okay, perfect. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Healy Dipple.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. Thank you, Chris. I know that was fast for you to drive all the way to Starbucks.
Not at all. It was worth it. It was worth
We
it.
really
Believe me. If you
appreciate
guys-
it. And
My
we're
pleasure.
excited. We
Should I
hope you get
just-
good weather.
Thank you. I'll take whatever positive will you could send my way in that regard, in all regards. It's going to be great. Should I just send that letter to Jennifer, or are there more people that I should include in it?
You can send it to Jen and she can forward it to all of us. And as long as we can get that distributed starting this week, I think we'll be in good shape.
Okay, the second I get your guys' thumbs up, I will start distributing.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks again,
Thank you,
guys.
Chris.
Thanks,
All
good luck.
right. Thank you.
Yay. All right, filming is set. Very exciting. All right, we now have the McCourt Foundation, which is tentatively scheduled for September 25th, 2021. Hi, Jen.
So in your packet, you would receive the event application. And if you look at it, it's actually the 26th. The original application, which was submitted to the board. No, it's fine. It did come in the 25th. Joe, the person we work with annually on this, is in LA and wasn't able to make it tonight, but the event committee did meet with them twice. This is an annual event. So that was all of us, police, fire, safety officer, including, and Board of Health. The date had to be changed because the original, the 25th, is the same day as the 3 Beach minimum, and that would have been a large traffic jam on Jerusalem Road. So the McCourt Foundation went back to all the towns that they go through and were able to change it to the 26th. And public safety was happy with the plan. And Joe would have been here if he wasn't on a different time zone and at a different meeting.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah, I did see that info in the packet. I don't have any problems with it. Does anyone else have any questions about this event for Jen? All right. Let's make a motion to approve it for the 26th, not the 25th.
So moved.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motioned and seconded. We can now move to a roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Healy Dipple.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. All right, great. Check that one off. All right, St. Stephen's, the picnic for September 12th, I think.
Yes, same situation where I did reach out to the applicant. They weren't able to attend this evening. This is an annual event. I think it's been going on at least 20 to 25 years. So everybody reviewed the application and we met on it, and they did not have any issue with it. And it's in September, but we just wanted to get the September events to you before August, since so many people will be away.
Yeah, no, I remember approving this event the last couple of years and there's never been a problem. All
Correct.
right, do we have a motion to approve the St. Stephen's picnic on September 12th?
So moved.
All right, second.
Second,
All right,
No, even worse.
Oh.
In the middle of the select board
roll
meeting.
call vote. Starting, Jack, say aye.
I'll- Let me call you back later on.
Corey Evans,
You
aye.
gotta
I
love
heard the
Zoom land.
select board.
Haley Dippledy.
Diane Kennedy, I.
Harry
Jack
Thompson,
Creighton, aye.
aye. Okay,
Joe,
you made it by the skin of your teeth, Jack.
You know, I'm a popular guy.
Jack, you don't even know what you just voted on. Watch out.
I can hear everything. Just remember.
All right,
Hey, Carrie,
Yeah.
before we move on, I know this is a small thing, but if I understand this application correctly, it's right underneath St. Stephen's in that little area across from the pond. There's a tree on the farthest right-hand side. I think DPW should take a close look at it because a huge
Oh.
tree limb split off before we allow another event with lots of people and kids, just in general.
Okay.
Chris, I think we might want to take a look at that tree just to make sure.
I haven't even noticed that. I'm so glad you noticed it, Jean.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was just out of the middle of nowhere. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to have a lot of people under there, which it looks like there are, that in general, we should be taking care of that too, but just for safety.
Works give a tree park crew taking out the swing. They do check the common regularly just because of that. But
Yeah,
something happened, but I'll have them check that.
that was a huge branch.
Let's make a
That
note
would-
to have them check it, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, good point. Thanks for bringing that up. All right, next is the Cohasset Golf Club change of manager.
Correct. So for this application, we have Kristen Woods from the Cohasset Golf Club that's in the attendees, as well as Gary Baldino, who is the applicant. And the board should receive the packet with the clean background check and information on the application.
I think we're promoting them. Hi, Kristen and Gary, if you can hear us.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
There you are, we can see you. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming.
Sorry, I got kicked out for a moment.
We understand Zoom complications. Thank you for being here. We're excited to talk about you. And
Thanks
have
for
you.
having us.
Yes. So just give us some quick details and introduce yourselves, I guess.
Certainly. So I've been the controller at Cohasset Golf Club for 7 years. Gary joined us in March of this year, and he will be resuming the responsibilities of general manager and therefore should be taking over the liquor license manager. And that's what this application is all about.
Okay, great. Gary, I don't know if you can hear us or have anything to add there.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, we can hear. Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
there I
you
am.
are.
I'm
There you
sorry.
are. Okay.
Sorry about
Hi.
that.
It
I was-
helps to see your face.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought I had that on.
That's all right.
I spent the last 8 years running a club on Martha's Vineyard. My wife Amy's an elementary school teacher and I have 2 college-age daughters. So we really look forward to moving to the South Shore. We're currently in the midst of house hunting. So it's a great area to be in and we look hopefully to spend many, many years here.
Wonderful. Okay. Any questions for Gary and Kristen about this application? Or Jen, do you have anything else to add?
I was muting myself for my loud AC. No, nothing to add.
Okay. Yeah, and I think everything else with this application is all set. So seeing none, can we have a motion to change the manager of Cohasset Golf Club to Gary Baldino?
so moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
I saw you mouth it, Jean.
And Haley Dippledy, sorry.
Diane Kennedy, I.
Corey Thompson, aye. Thank you, Gary and Kristen. Good luck with the house hunting, Gary.
Hey, thanks so
Welcome.
much.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Welcome, Gary.
Thank you.
All right. Yay, we got those done. All right. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, but I think that should be okay. The next item on our agenda is to finish one of our legal RFQ interviews with our special counsel, Jim Lampke. And let me see if he's here. All right, Jim is not here yet. We maybe could do our alternative energy vote or our animal control officer agreement. One of those options, if you all are willing to maybe flip the agenda.
I would recommend that we move the alternative energy vote. This is something which we had kind of already voted on at town meeting and has been in front of the board before. This is a little more clerical. If that's okay with the board, I'd make that motion to move that up to 6:17.
I'll second the agenda.
All right. Yep. We have a second. Diane, was that did you just second?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. All right. Let's do the alternative energy vote. And I know we have some language that was sent to us that Corey, you should have.
Carrie,
Yeah.
just a point of order. I just want to make sure that whoever is representing, I see Brianna here, but I want to make sure that anybody else that might have been here and not thinking it's till a little before 8 is going to be okay with the agenda item move.
I think I saw Steve here, or Steve's coming in too.
If I can just give a quick context. So I did give,
Go ahead.
I did give John Good a call. He's our consultant. I'm sorry, not John Good, John O'Rourke from Good Energy. So the town meeting did approve the initial aggregation proposal in 19. It then did it again in 20. And then the select board followed, with authorizing the Alternative Energy Committee to do the study and then come up with a plan. We were able to affiliate with Marshfield and I'm trying to remember then 2 other towns. They're moving at the same time as we are. So we've been able to work our plans with them. A lot of Situate and Marshfield. And there's another community that's escaping me. I want to say it's Upton, but I'm not going to swear to that. And then the select board back in December of 19 had a public comment period, got the public comments. There was a public meeting about it and then moved on. So while it's been endorsed officially by town meeting twice, unanimously, the process requires the select board to vote at one point. And the records don't show the select board actually voted, moved the process along like it was supposed to. So John sent that recommended motion just kind of as a cover to make sure that we've dotted every I and crossed every T of the DPU process. Because at the moment, the DPU is now doing its due diligence. They're looking at all the materials for all of the plans. And if everything just checks out, which hopefully it will, they'll be giving a green light at some point down the road. So John just asked this be done just as a kind of a belts and suspenders approach. If that, Brianna or Steve want to add.
Yeah, that helps. I see Brianna and Steve, if you both want to come on and maybe add to that. Hi, Brianna.
No, everything Chris said was accurate. I'd be happy to read out the motion that John O'Rourke recommended if needed, but I don't have anything else to add on that. I don't know if Steve does.
Steve?
No, Chris explained it quite well. I'm just here to answer your questions if you have any. I'm chair of the aggregation subcommittee of the Alternative Energy Committee.
Yes. And I know how much work you've all put into this, so thank you. Does anyone have any questions or issues with this? I know we've talked about this a lot of times before.
Good.
No, we're good?
Yeah.
Okay. I know Corey has the language for the motion. We can let him do it. Brianna?
Yeah, I do have the language for the motion. And just before that, if anyone who is watching the meeting, if you have questions about that, Alternative Energy has about what this is. There's a lot of information on the Cohasset website regarding the benefits of this plan. So thank you to the AEC and especially Steve, your municipal aggregation subcommittee for keeping the gas on this project. So on December 17th, 2019, after the public hearing to end the public review period for the municipal aggregation plan, the select board gave tacit approval to the municipal aggregation plan and to the submission of the plan to the Department of Public Utilities. To fulfill the requirement of the DPU, the select board formally votes to approve the municipal aggregation plan.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Jean seconds. Okay. Roll call vote on this, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. Congrats, Steve and Brianna and all of Alternative Energy. This is an exciting piece of progress.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Thank
We're
you,
all a little
Steve.
frustrated about the delay at the DPU, but it might help move it along a bit.
hopefully this will, so keep us updated, all right?
Great.
All right. We are still ahead of our agenda. We're being too efficient tonight.
And I'll make sure that a certified copy of this goes to the record for John, so he can file it with the DPU, so it's all there. So,
Perfect. Thank you, Chris. I do see Quigley in the audience if we want to maybe move on to do the animal control officer part of the agenda, if no one has any objection to that.
I would like to make a motion to move the review of the intermunicipal agreement for the animal control officer from 7 PM to 6:22 PM.
All right,
One second.
we have a second roll call vote.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dippledy.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. All right, Chief Quigley, we're letting you in.
everything seems to be moving slowly tonight. I don't know why. So
That's all right.
after the meeting, which is moving quickly.
Chief, I
Guys, can you hear me? Sorry.
Hi, Chief, we can hear you.
Yeah, we're having a little connectivity problems, but I think you got my voice. So,
Yeah, we got your voice.
Take
so
a look at
we can always count on you to be here early, Chief.
that.
And for the record, Chief, your new officer, Thomas Brown, did a great job at the pledge.
I made him practice it all day.
It was flawless. It was flawless.
Okay.
I
cool,
hope we
let him
weren't
stay-
paying overtime for that practice.
No, he's training.
All right. So I know we went over this issue last time. We just didn't have the exact language in our packet. So Chris, do you want to, or Chief, do you want to just remind us of?
I'll defer to Chris on this. Chris has done a ton of work, and so has Miriam on pulling this together. And I think we're in a good place, and I think we're ready to go on this this great new initiative.
So you should all have the information that
Yep.
this time. So it's on the OneDrive, and it's been vetted by Council Lorenzo's office. It's been circulated to Norwell, who's in the process of reviewing it. The indications I'm getting is they're fine, but I don't know that their select board has voted on it yet. And we're also in parallel working on filling the job. So we actually have an excellent candidate. And pending the vote tonight by Norwell, we'll be able to, I think, fill it really well with a really, really strong candidate, which is exciting. Does anyone have any, I mean, again, the agreement, it's an intermunicipal agreement between Cohasset and Norwell. They'll be playing for a quarter or 10 of 40 hours a week. And that includes benefits because it's a benefited position. So they'll be paying a quarter of the whole load. And and we'll obviously track time, and if there's any extra need back and forth, we can adapt as we go. We have a really good, strong working relationship with Norwell. I know that Chief Quigley and his counterpart in Norwell have already talked through this. The nice thing about the two towns is we have kind of complementary needs. Neither of us have a particularly stray dog issue, but we do have wild animal challenges, and we both have horse barns. Norwell even more so because I believe they're a right to farm community, so they have a lot more horse barns than we do. That we have some in town as well. So part of this animal control officer's job will be to inspect the barns and make sure they're safe. They report bites like rabies and things like that. Their job is to report animal bites and any kind of issues back to the state. And the candidate that we're looking at now actually does training for other animal control officers around the state. So that's someone who's actually really well respected in the field, which is awesome. And then, they do other issues too. We've had the Tri-Town agreement we were in for the last several years worked really well. And I think this two-town one will work well too. We have some great equipment. And again, I think the officer the candidate that's being vetted now is particularly strong.
Okay, great. All right, I see 3 questions. Jean, I think I saw your hand first.
So I have 2 related questions. The first is, I think that you said that we would be paying 75% of the cost, but the agreement itself says 90. So I think we need to correct the agreement. It looks like maybe that's just like a ministerial mistake.
Yeah, there's an appendix that's going to have to be attached when we finally agree to somebody, but the hours I don't have right in front of me. They're paying 10. It's a 40-hour work week is what we work it off, and they're paying for 10 hours of the 40. So that's 25%. So we will say that they're paying for 10 hours, which is 25%, and we're picking up the 75%.
Yeah, because Article 5, halfway down the page says we're paying 90% of the cost, so we need to change that. I think we should also specify what we mean by cost to include retirement, health insurance, other benefits, again, just to make it totally clear.
Salary and benefited costs, yes, it's all of it. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jean. Corey, I think you were the next hand.
That was same thing. And then I just wanted to clarify, just for anyone listening, this is, Chris, if I recall, this is, as you said earlier, a replacement of an officer that we used to have through the Tri-Town agreement. So this is kind of just shifting that from what it was to a little bit of a new structure. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, before we had the Tri-Town agreement, we had a 2-town agreement with Norwell for many years for a part-timer. And that evolved into a full-timer among 3 towns. And it's now evolving to a full-timer among 2 towns.
So what were the other 3 towns before?
It used to be
Hull, it was Norwell and Cohasset have been in agreement for many years, and Bill can probably talk about it predates me. And we went to the 3-town agreement with Hull 4 years ago. And then
you mentioned that Hull now has their own internal, so that kind of leaves 3 become 2. Okay. Outside of that other correction, I'm done. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, Corey, and I also remember Chief Quigley saying last meeting that Hull has different needs than I guess us and Norwell do. So it makes more sense now to have them be off on their own and have us partnering up with Norwell. Diane.
I basically had the same questions, but
Okay.
I'll just tag on one more, which to Chris, which is, I think when I started on the board, we didn't have any kind of mutual animal control officer. And this has, as you said, evolved over the past number of years. Have we had any issues with administratively with the split of the cost and benefits?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean,
it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. I mean, what's been happening is that one town hosts and have been Hull, and then we got billed. So what we'll do, we'll just bill them monthly or quarterly or whatever works between the 2 towns, probably monthly. And if there's any changes, there might be a month where they have a particular leap or something, we can balance it up and down. So yeah, and we have a good working relationship with Norwell on other issues too. So I'm not, I don't have any concerns. And they also have a full-time HR department. So I know Miriam has been working closely with them on the HR side of it too. So to make sure we're vetting the right, we're together on the vetting process for a candidate and all that too. So, which again, I think has gone really smoothly. So.
And just, I'm sorry, I can't find the hand, the hand thing, but it's, and as things come up, we've worked really well together, and that's to include Hingham and Situate too. So we're really looking at this, for further opportunity down the road with Situate and Hingham. There's nothing solid right now, but we're in talks, and we've floated a couple trial balloons, but we're hoping to really regionalize this down the road, and that's something that the other chiefs are, have indicated they would, definitely entertain.
Okay.
Just to piggyback on Bill's comments, I want to thank him for their support over the last couple of months. They've been a great partner helping us out as we've been in the interim, because the prior officer went to another job. So that's one of the reasons the agreement had to be rethought. Lost the officer, and he has been a great partner and a great neighbor. At the same time, issues have changed. I think the bear was kind of cute. The poor bear who got hit by animals, right? But I think it's an example though, and that these issues don't stop at the borders. The coyotes don't stop at the borders, and unfortunately, other issues like that don't either. So attacking this, or I should say, approaching this on a regional basis makes a lot of sense, and it can often save us money and get us a better product at the same time. So. I think all of us are looking for the best ways to stretch taxpayer dollars and deliver better services. And I think this is one of them in this case.
All right. Well said. Do we have any other questions from the board on this? If not, we can make a motion.
I would sorry. I've been doing it a lot.
So I'd make a motion to approve this agreement, subject to Article 5 being amended such that Cohasset is paying 75% of the cost, Norwell is paying 25% of the cost, and cost is defined to include compensation, i.e. salary, but also health insurance benefits and OPEB and /retirement liability, that Norwell will pay us as we incur it on, the cycle that we bill them.
All right. Corey seconds. Roll call vote.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, I.
Carrie Thompson, aye. Thank you for your work on this, Chief and Miriam.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right.
There you have it. Jim is here and you're right on time.
I saw that. All right. So just an update for everyone watching tonight. We began our legal interviews last week and had a very successful time interviewing our possible applicants for general counsel of the town. And we now are moving on to one of our special counsels, Jim Lampke, who you're also going to see in some hearings tonight. But Jim, I don't know if you can hear us or see us yet. Welcome. We can see you. Hold on, you're still muted. There we go.
Hi. Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening. So
good to see you all again.
Yes, thank you for being here. I know that coming on Zoom versus in person can cause some complications. So happy you made it.
Glad to be here.
All right, so we're going to follow the similar structure that we did last week. And really, Jim, we just wanted to thank you for your service to the town so far and let you know that we are assessing the town's legal needs, making sure that we have the right people in place for that. And we just wanted to start off by asking you if you could tell us a little bit about your philosophy with a type of town like ours and our type of town government structure, meaning a town that has a select board, a town manager, the boards and committees that we do, and our town meeting structure. Tell us a little bit how you navigate that and your philosophy towards working with a town like us.
Well, I believe in a team approach. I think that in any community, there's a management team which is overseen first by the Board of Selectmen or the Select Board, and then in Cohasset, it would be by the town manager, Mr. Senior. And I believe in a collaborative approach that it's important for all the key players to be in communication with each other, to be comfortable working with each other. And, in terms of the town meeting, obviously the town meeting has a very important role in Cohasset's government. And that's where the budgets are passed, laws are passed, other important things that steer the direction of the town are accomplished. So I think you have to view it sort of as like a wheel, and in the middle of the wheel is the public, and the different spokes of the wheel, are the different participants in the government. Key of which, would be the Board of Select Board and the town manager. And there are other boards, obviously, and commissions in Cohasset, that many of which are appointed by the Select Board. And, council needs to be comfortable and available to work, with all of them as the need arises. That said, in order to keep it cost effective, typically things go through the town manager in terms of access to municipal council. And I'm used to that approach, having worked for Cohasset for several years, and that's something that's done in other communities as well, so that you can keep a control on access to council so that it doesn't get out of hand. And also enables the manager to know what's going on in terms of legal matters. So I hope I've answered that question for you.
Yes, no, that was great. Corey and Diane, I know you had your questions from last week. Diane, you were next, I think.
Yeah, I'll go next. It's the next logical question, which is, given the many spokes in that wheel, how do you train and update boards on relevant developments in the law, and also generally how do you communicate with members of a board, so that it meets open meeting law standards, and each board member is updated as best as possible before they have a hearing or an issue to deliberate on?
Sure. A lot of the communication, as you know, even aside from COVID, is done through emails. So I'm very comfortable and used to communicating with boards and officials, particularly the manager, via email. But also before COVID, being situated at my office in Hingham, I live in Hull. Cohasset is next town over from each of those. It's no problem for me to just pop on over and meet with the manager or other staff as needed. So that's one way of communicating with them. In terms of training, I mean, my interest in, I'm not interested in being the town council of Cohasset. I'm interested in being the special counsel on an as-needed basis. I do a lot of licensing matters now. I try to keep the selectmen informed on licensing procedures, licensing laws. I work very closely with Jen Oram on licensing matters. And when something new comes up, whether it's a legislation or whether it's a significant court case, I don't have a problem sharing that. In terms of formalized training, I do formalized training from time to time for boards and commissions on how to conduct a hearing, for example. Another fellow and I do, for the last 15 years, do a training program out at the Mass Fire Academy in Stowe for inspectors and hearing officers. And as a matter of fact, your town manager, has participated in that program. So there are a lot of things that can be done to help board members understand their role, understand how to best conduct the meeting or the hearing, and very important, how to minimize liability, because everyone wants to obviously minimize liability. The best intentions everyone may have, but sometimes you got to be very careful in terms of liability issues.
Okay. Diane, do you have any follow-ups there? I can't tell.
No, thank you.
All right. Corey.
Hi, Jim. Thanks for your work that you've done so far to the town, and understanding that you are just really applying for the special counsel role. My question is going to be slightly modified, but I'll try to keep it pretty tight. And largely, my focus is going to be on litigation, and with licensing, time to time, it may be required for the board to take, or the town to take more stronger steps in order to ensure that our licensing rules are followed and licensees are respond appropriately. So the question that I have is, what strategies do you employ to help towns like ours and boards like ours decide when it is appropriate to spend town resources to pursue legal action, especially in the realm of licensing, where a lot of this is maybe prescribed through like a state level process?
Well, thank you. The select board is the main licensing authority within the town. It's the local licensing authority under state law for alcohol licenses. And the range of licenses that you deal with, as you know, is rather broad, but the key licenses are alcohol-related licenses, common victular licenses, sometimes there's used car licenses, things of that nature. And I think my observations is that the board has done a very good job over the years in dealing with those. Not every single license application would require the presence or involvement of municipal council. I think the system that I've observed is when Jen has a question or an issue about a license, she'll contact me, we'll go over it, and if it's necessary to write a memo on it, I will do that. So in terms of trying to minimize need for legal expense, I think it works fairly well now with the interaction that at least I've had with the town. It's very important, especially with liquor licenses, to ensure that there's strict compliance with them. And that can be done in several different ways. Your police department does a very good job. I've worked with Chief Quigley before on some of the licensing matters. And you have to like make an assessment as to, okay, you have an appeal of a license. So you've suspended a license or you've denied a license, and someone appeals it to the appropriate regulatory body or to Superior Court. You know, that's a claim against the town, and the town has to respond to it. I know towns want to assess whether or not it's worthwhile to respond to. Sometimes you have no choice. If you take a licensing action and someone appeals it to court or to the ABCC, you've either have to defend yourself in that matter, or you're going to lose by default. Now, I think it's important to try to work out resolutions on matter. Litigation is something that you generally don't want to have to go through, and being able to work out a solution to a problem, it may require an amendment to the application or refiling of an application to address the concerns that the board had that led to them taking the decision that they have. So again, some things you can coordinate and handle without legal counsel. Other things, once you start getting involved with appeals to agencies or appeals to court, that triggers the need for legal counsel. That said, a lot of times the board, being familiar with the community, will know whether or not a particular license application is going to be problematic. If it's a license application that you know is not going to be problematic, that's one course of action that you can take. If you think that it's going to be problematic and may result in an appeal, frankly, that's when you should bring in legal counsel to advise you on it, because the decision that you make at the board oftentimes is the basis of the appeal, and you want to be sure that the decision is as strong as can be and will pass legal muster on any appeal. So you have to make the board needs to make a judgment with Mr. Senior's input as to, is this the type of licensing matter that's going to be problematic? Most of your license matters are not problematic, fortunately.
Thank you. Corey, do you have any follow-ups on that?
No, my typical follow-up is how would you minimize such legal challenges? But Jim really went through that when it comes to process and how we make the decisions being such a focus. So thank you.
Great. And Jean and Jack, I know your questions last week were mostly about land use, but I'll let you follow up in a minute after I give our last question here. Jim, really, anything else you think that we should know or that you want to share about you and your strategy and your experience in town to help us make our decision here? Anything else that we didn't ask you or didn't mention that you feel the need to share with us?
Well, I'm sure you have many qualified candidates for the various categories of council for Cohasset. I think one of my strengths lies in the fact that I have a tremendous amount of experience in local government. My primary occupation has been a municipal attorney for the last, I hate to say how many decades, but many decades. And I've even, served in a community as the acting town manager, acting executive administrator when there's been a change in government. So I do have, I think, a good perspective of how local government works. And I sometimes describe myself as a local government junkie, meaning that I'm into local government. It's primarily what I do. It's a passion of mine. I know that word sometimes is overused these days, but I feel that I'm very involved in municipal government because I see the importance of local government. It's the one level of government that the citizenry, the public, has the most frequent contact with, as opposed to state and federal government. And it's very important, I think, for a town to operate properly. And I pride myself on being available, being knowledgeable, and trying to be creative on solutions to problems and trying to avoid problems.
Thank you. Jean and Jack, I don't know if you have any follow-up questions based on that or what he just said. No? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, on a related thing, my thing is on land use and also on issues in which you've played a role in that you particularly like. Are there any like issues that you found that you resolved, which were difficult, having to do, I mean, obviously there's some personnel involved and conflicts with people and licenses and other parts of town government. Are there things in which you have seen potential conflicts of interest that you've worked on that you might think would give us an insight into your legal philosophy?
Sure. It's often described that there's a three-legged stool in local government. And those three legs are the open meeting law, the public records law, and the conflict of interest law. Those are three categories of the law that local government deals in on a daily basis. And in terms of conflict of interest, I have, for years, I have been involved in advising local municipal employees, local officials, employees, etc., of communities on compliance with the conflict of interest law. I think it's very important that members of the local government understand it and follow it. There are many restrictions, but there are also many mechanisms to be able to still do something that might otherwise be a conflict, as long as you make the proper disclosure, as long as you get the proper vote. Some things require a vote of the select board. And I think it's important to work with any official or municipal employee, as that term is used in the conflict of interest law, to be sure that they're in compliance. I've also from time to time represented people who have found themselves in a conflict situation, not in the same town that I serve as counsel in, but private parties and other communities that may have run afoul of the law. And in those cases, I'm happy to say that I've been able to understand what the problem is, work with the State Ethics Commission, and in each of those cases, we've been able to work out a fair and appropriate resolution. I've managed to avoid having to have a hearing before the commission, which is sort of like the last thing that you want to have to do. A lot of times people don't understand why something may be a conflict, or they don't realize that what they're doing may be a conflict. So it's important to be able to have that understanding of how local government works so that you can explain that to them. I think very, very few people intentionally want to violate the conflict of interest law. Most of the violations or problems come up from someone not realizing the intricacies of it, and how an innocent action could trigger an issue under the conflict law. I think I have a good working relationship with the staff at the Ethics Commission, the legal division, as well as the enforcement division.
Okay, so in other words, if somebody were to take an action from their official capacity that would benefit somebody who had another relationship with them, how do you determine whether it was an innocent mistake or they should have known better?
Well, it's oftentimes not up to your municipal council to determine whether it was an innocent mistake or something intentional. The contact between your municipal council and that municipal employee would arise, hopefully, before they take any action, that they would say, I better check this out, because under the conflict of interest law, municipal employees, which include elected, paid, unpaid, appointed, etc., are entitled to an opinion from municipal council as to whether a course of action would have conflict of interest implications. So in the ideal situation, someone would contact the municipal council and say, I'm thinking of bidding on a piece of property that the town is selling. Are there conflict issues on that? And then work through that. If someone has violated the conflict law, certainly municipal council can explain to them what the violation was. But if they're in the situation of already being involved with the State Ethics Commission Enforcement Division, the role of municipal council, in my experience, is much more limited, because the municipal council represents the town or the government as an entity, and would be problematic for municipal council to be representing municipal employee that already has a complaint pending at the Ethics Commission. They may ask, well, what can I do to avoid this in the future? That's one thing, but dealing with the complaint that may be pending is something that typically municipal council can't get involved in, because they represent the town.
Okay. Thank you. You were very helpful.
Thank you, Jean. I see your hand up.
Hi, Attorney Lamke, this is Jean Healy Dipple. Nice to meet you, albeit virtually.
Likewise.
So I'm having a hard time retailoring my land use question, because I realize you're not here as a potential land use special counsel. So I'm just going to ask maybe a more condensed, open-ended version of it, which is, you clearly have a lot of municipal experience. You represent a lot of towns out there. Based on your experience, what do you think is one of the biggest challenges that Cohasset faces, whether based on your knowledge of Cohasset specifically or just municipalities generally, as we come into the next year, few years, in light of what you're seeing?
Do you mean biggest challenges in a legal context, or just in local government context?
You can interpret it how you like.
Okay, I'll start with the legal context. As we've all seen, especially the past 18 months or so with COVID, there's been a plethora of laws, regulations, executive orders that have been issued to deal with the public health crisis. And it's very challenging for communities to keep up to date on the latest pronouncement from the state. Also now with the American Recovery Plan, there's a whole other host of regulations. So I think there's a big challenge to local government to keep abreast on things. And a good way, and I believe that's a way that a lot of local government officials follow, is to take advantage of online or in person, when we can go back to in person, training programs and seminars. I'm a frequent participant in municipal law seminars, both as an attendee, as a presenter, as an organizer. And it's a lot of complicated laws out there, and it's important for local government to do everything they can to keep up to speed on that. In terms of a general sense for local government, I imagine that you folks, like everyone else throughout the state in local government, sees that there's just so much going on that it's very hard to get everything done. And you've got to try to prioritize things and almost do triage. What is something that is a crisis that needs to be addressed now? I don't mean a legal crisis, but something that's very critical that needs to be addressed. It may be something that just suddenly came up, and you've got to try to plan and deal with that. There's an awful lot going on, an awful lot of challenges to local government employees and officials. And I think people need to understand that everyone's doing the best that they can, and they may not be able to address every single issue immediately, but they do recognize that there are issues that need to be addressed immediately, and other issues that they will hopefully address as time and circumstances permit. That's what I see statewide, and talking even today, talking with people in another community. Everyone is just so stressed out, for lack of a better word, with so much that's going on, and the changes, from COVID, of not being able to conduct business the way that you have been accustomed to. Hopefully that is changing as we move forward with recovery from COVID.
Well said, Jim. Thank you.
And I have represented the town in a conservation matter, a couple of conservation issues over the years, which relate to land use. So
Yeah.
if you had a land use type of question you wanted to ask, I can try that as well. But I am, familiar with land use issues as well.
Jack or Jean, it's up to you if you want to ask any more on land use, or else we can be done with this part of the interview.
I'm all set.
All right. Jean?
I think you've likely answered the question, Attorney Lamke, in the context of land use, but to the extent that you would be special counsel on, let's say, a Conservation Commission decision, I think the question there is, and again, I think you've answered it, so you can sort of refer back to your prior answer, but how do we ensure that our boards get the support that they need, including, for example, in risk assessment, in terms of whether to permit something with conditions or whether to deny it. I do think that those are strategic decisions that also are based on, experience and where the law is. And so I'm curious as to whether you have any thoughts on the best approaches for boards there. Appreciating is probably going to be, really based on the factual circumstances.
Sure. Well, in any permitting situation and land use through your zoning board or building department or your planning board and the Conservation Commission, they deal the most with land use issues. And I think the best way for them to get support is, number one, for the members to take advantage of training programs. The Mass Association of Conservation Commissions has, well, they used to have it in March. I think because of COVID, they've had to change their schedule somewhat, a day-long training program out at Holy Cross College, which I always encourage conservation members to attend. They also have other programs during the course of the year. For land use, planning and zoning matters, there's a citizens training collaborative that has programs, and I imagine they've switched this past year to an online forum. And those are very important. And I think if a board knows that they're going to be having a major project coming before them, it would be wise for them to confer with counsel beforehand to be sure that they know all the points that need to be addressed. I've worked with your planner and I've worked with your conservation administrator in the past, and I've always found them to be, right on the money, so to speak, on the issues that are before them. So I think you're fortunate to have that, and I think they do a good job, and they would know when. I think we need to bring in legal counsel, whoever it may be, for this particular hearing that's coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right, we are officially done with this part of your night, Jim. Thank you so much for taking the time to ask those questions or answer those questions that we asked, and we will be in touch about that. But it was really great to hear all your thoughts on that. So thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing to serve the town of Cohasset, however they may want to utilize me or my office.
We need you to serve us in 10 minutes at our next hearing.
Okay.
I mean,
I got to block the camera so I can take a drink of tea, and then I'll
take a break. I know we have 10 minutes, so we're waiting for people to come in, but I will just give the board an update. So last week, KP was not able to have their land use person there due to health reasons. She was still not able to come tonight, but we did just hear before the meeting tonight that she would be able to come on Zoom at our meeting this next Tuesday. I know that we planned on deliberating this next Tuesday, so I wanted to hear from all of you what you thought about having her come on at the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting and then being willing to deliberate on the spot about everything after hearing from her. That's one option. I want to know how you all feel about that. Do you still feel like you want to hear more from KP on land use? Do you feel like we're okay to deliberate without hearing any more from them? it's an option that I'm throwing out. So I did want to hear what everyone thought about that. Diane, I saw your hand first, then Jean.
Yeah. I feel like we need to continue interviewing. I think if they're interested in serving the town through land use council, or that we need to meet that person. So I do think we should interview. The comfort level about deliberating on the spot, I'm kind of agnostic about it right now. I guess it would depend on, and we don't necessarily need to deliberate on every single council option on the 3rd. So yeah, I'm just curious to hear what other people say. I mean, I might be ready, I might not, I don't know.
Well, the other option is we could try to get her in for a quick meeting with us on Monday night, but I know everyone's schedules are really busy. Sorry, Jean had her hand up next. Jack.
Yeah.
Jean, go ahead then, Jack.
I think I agree with Diane. And I think what we could do and I think we should do it next Tuesday, not Monday.
Okay.
And I think that what we can do is after we deliberate on her, we can provisionally set it for a vote and begin the deliberations, but then we can continue them if people feel like they need more time. At least we can start the process while the interviews are fresh in our mind. And if people need more time, then we can continue it to the following meeting. Or if people don't need more time, we can vote.
Okay. Yeah. And again, we're trying to just do it where last week is still fresh enough in all of our heads to be able to respond. So I didn't want to delay it too much, but I do agree. And for everyone watching, we did ask some very specific questions last week about land use, because I know that's a big issue in town with a lot of our boards and committees and what we're dealing with. So this issue specifically is a big deal for the town right now, and it's timely, which is why we want to make sure we get all the info about that. Jack, what were you going to say? And then Corey.
Well, I think we definitely owe it to our boards and commissions to listen to their land use. I do think that it's kind of like not fair to everybody else, all the other law firms, that right after we hear from somebody basically in the flesh, that we go in and deliberate. I think we should give a little period of time before we address everything, just to keep it fair, and even to, all the law firms that have applied.
No, and that's fair, and we can wait. I know we just have a little bit of a break between our August 3rd meeting and then our next meeting on the 24th. So if everyone can, we can see how we feel next week. We can definitely plan on scheduling the land use for KP though for Tuesday, and then see how we feel.
Yeah, I think we should do that. But I after you let one law firm there, and then when they're fresh.
No, I know. It's Corey, what do you think?
So, I mean, I think I shade on doing this sooner rather than later, just because we have a lot of things coming up, but a lot of things that are going to occupy our time, and I'm not quite sure that another 2 or 3 weeks of distance will assist us in kind of thinking clearly about this. On the land use part, I'm kind of two minds. I mean, on one hand, we're not inviting other boards to come back and have another 15 minutes or whatever. So it seems a little bit, I don't want to say unfair, but it seems a little bit outside of our process that we're going to allow. There are extenuating circumstances, I agree with, but even then, unless we're comfortable bringing everyone else back for yet another round, I'm not quite sure if I'm too comfortable bringing KP back. That being said, I think we got a lot of the answers to the questions the KP representatives that we had did answer a lot of the top level questions we had. I'm not quite sure if, and they have a lot of different lawyers, so I'm not exactly sure if having one of their land use lawyers would bring me any more clarity about how they would approach things. So I guess I'm on two fronts. One, I'm not sure it's great that we make an exception. And on the second front, I'm not sure that exception would warrant enough of additional information to make it really worthwhile.
No, and that's fair, Corey. I do see that.
Yeah, I think Corey's got a good point. In the world of litigation, when you have to be in court, you have to be in court, and that giving them 2 sessions, I think probably could be considered unfair. And I don't know. I think Corey does have a good
I mean,
point.
And the only reason we're discussing is that the other two firms, their land use people were there in the audience and were able to be there. So we heard directly from them. This one with KP had a health emergency, which we all can understand. So I think that is the reason why it is an extenuating circumstance. But again, we don't have to ask them back either. We could just plan to deliberate on Tuesday. We do have that option.
The problem is that we really want to hear that. And because it's very important. On the other hand, what do you do when, they know that's a very important thing and they didn't have an attorney to come in and say, well, we can do land use. So we've got competing narratives. Neither one is particularly acceptable. And I'm sure the boards and commissions are going to say, we want to hear what their land use specialist has got to say.
Right. I mean, it was a health emergency. Do you know what I mean? Those do come up. I get it though. Diane and Jean. Diane, go ahead.
I want to be careful that we don't start getting too much down the deliberation road just in having this conversation. So I think we need to decide just one, whether we're willing to invite somebody back. They put forward a single person who was not going to be town council or any other special counsel, but very specific land use and environmental experience. And I think given what we've heard from our boards and commissions, that we should have a conversation with that individual specifically because of the extenuating circumstances. If they weren't extenuating circumstances, I might feel otherwise. And again, I just want to stop there before I say too much and have this take on a different tone.
Jean?
Yeah, so I want to agree with Diane, and I will tell you that I have literally hopped on a plane and flown for 5 hours, and then there's been a health emergency before federal court, and I've hopped back on the plane and gone home because my opposing counsel wasn't able to make it. And that happens, and it's unfortunate and it can be very inconvenient, but people are people, and you give them the benefit of the doubt and you allow them a fair shake. And so I think, but beyond that, I think what's more important though, is to Jack and everyone's point that we want to make sure that we are getting the person that's the best fit for us, right? And that is incredibly important. And I think it sounds like we would all feel more comfortable if we saw the person and could compare them against the other options, to compare apples to apples in terms of who is the best fit. And I think we have to have that person there if we are going to be making that
absolutely.
assessment.
I agree. Only how do we keep it a level playing field though?
So
But
again,
I think you're right, Jean, you're absolutely right. The boards and commissions want to hear from this person.
right. So, okay. So let's plan to invite her on Tuesday and we can ask the same land use questions, Jack and Jean. You can ask the same questions that you asked last week to her on Tuesday, if that's okay. After that, I guess let's see how we feel about deliberating. Maybe we'll feel ready to do it. Maybe we'll feel like postponing it, but I would like to leave that, as an option for Tuesday if we feel comfortable. Does that sound okay with everyone? All right, great. All right, we are exactly back on schedule, 7:10 to the dot. All right, our next item is a public hearing that we have for a liquor license change of location with Sajon Enterprises. Jim, welcome back. Oh, you're muted.
Nice to be back.
Yes. All right, yes, so I think we can get this hearing going. It looks like everyone else is here.
I see Mr. Sullivan has been admitted to the room, and I see Jen is also on.
Yes. So Jen, do you just want to give a quick overview of the status of this?
Certainly. So this is a public hearing.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we read the public hearing notice into the record before we get started on any conversation.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Thanks.
Let me try to find that. Hold on, everyone. I've never had this notice in front of me. Give me 1 second.
Do you want me to try to share it?
Thank you for the point of order. Hold on, Tracy, do you have it? Perfect. It's coming, it's coming. All right. Public hearing notice, here we go. A public hearing will be held virtually via Zoom on Tuesday, July 27th at 7:10 p.m. The Cohasset Select Board, acting as liquor licensing authority, will hold a public hearing to consider the application of Sejon Enterprises LLC, doing business as Cohasset Wine and Spirits, for a change of location from 807 Chief Justice Cushing Highway to 739 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. The manager is Deborah Sejon. The licensed premises is approximately 2,397 square feet with one entrance and one exit. The public is invited to offer public input and ask questions regarding the application in writing by emailing joram@cohassetmass.org in advance of the public hearing, and can also attend via the Zoom platform. Details for that are posted on our agenda and our town website and on the calendar section located at the bottom of the page. All right. And then I believe we also have to open this meeting, correct?
Yes.
Can we take a roll call vote to open this public hearing?
Jack Creighton, aye.
So moved. Corey Evans here.
Jean Hill Dipple died.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. Okay. All right. I believe this is the first hearing I've done as chair. So is that all I need to do? All of you experts?
I don't know if you can hear me. My
Yeah,
video
we can hear
doesn't.
you. We can hear me. Yeah, correct me if I'm
Okay.
wrong.
I think my video is frozen, but
You're back.
You're doing fine so far.
All right.
Basically, as you've indicated, this is an application for a transfer of location of the package store license that was approved for 807 Chief Justice Cushing Highway to 739 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. The location at 807 did not actually open due to a number of issues. They now found a new location and they're seeking the board's approval to relocate that license to the new location at 739 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I see that Mr. Sullivan, who represents the applicant, is on, and
Jim?
It looks like we lost Jim for a second.
All right. It looks like we lost Jim. I believe.
So I could just say that what he was going to say, typically that the applicant is also in attendance, and I don't see him in attendance. So I don't know if the chair would like to, while Jim, we can wait. I don't know how you'd like to proceed, but Walter Sullivan represents Mr. Sage.
Sullivan, would you like to?
The applicant and the manager are with me in attendance.
Got it.
He's not on the screen, but he is here. We were expecting this to be in person.
I know.
There was some confusion about that.
We apologize for that. We thought that scheduling it then on Zoom would be easier.
I thought it was more important to have the manager, but Mr. Sejon is with me as well. And this is Deborah Sejon seated next to me.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the point of order, should we proceed without Jim here in the audience with us?
Go ahead, Chris.
Should just give us 2 minutes to see if we can reconnect them. Okay.
Yeah, I know it matters that we have our town council here, so let's make sure. Everyone hang tight for a second. We're trying to do this hearing appropriately.
I just heard from Jim, his computer froze and he's restarting.
All right. Let's give it one more minute. Jim, you're back. Hold on, you're muted. Jim, you're muted. We can see you. We can't hear you.
Okay, is that
There we
better?
go. Okay, we're back in
All
business.
right, sorry
Very
about
good.
that. Modern
all right.
technology.
All right. So, Jim, you were mid-sentence when you cut off, so I don't know if you want to finish that thought or if we want to let Mr. Sullivan speak.
Sure, I was basically just introducing Walter Sullivan, who represents the applicant, to make a presentation as to the circumstances of what happened at the first location and now why they feel that this is an appropriate location.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, Walter Sullivan. I'm an attorney for the applicant Sejon Enterprises, doing business as Cohasset Wine and Spirits. There's a long history here with this application. Seated next to me is Deborah Sejon, the manager on the license. And next to her, although off screen, is her husband, Yogi Sejon. So we were approved for a location owned by the Sejons down the street. We had a number of impediments to getting that property online, mostly with a curb cut through the state. Once COVID occurred, it became virtually impossible. Although site plan approval was allowed by the planning board, Mr. Sejon then became aware that this space became available in Cushing Plaza. Frankly, I think it is a better location. I think most people in town see it that way. There's ample parking. Obviously, there's curb cuts existing. It is the old Strecker Eye Care location. So it is a change of use. I have talked to the building inspector about filing for site plan approval, but I'm confident that that will be approved. So we are simply here tonight looking to change locations. I think it's a very suitable site. I think it will be well received, and I think it's actually a preferable site to the building owned by the Sejons. So we would ask that that be approved so that we can move forward and get open. We have a 3-year lease with the owner of that, which has been submitted to the selectmen with another 3-year option. So we're very optimistic that this will be very successful. We think it'll be a benefit to the community, and we would pray that the selectmen approve the transfer.
Okay. Do we have any questions or from the board already about this location or this issue? Diane?
I do think it's a much more suitable location, and I'm glad to see that we're looking to find the right place. My one concern is that we've been kind of playing follow the bouncing ball for a number of years, and a lot of it has to do with a lot of decisions out of both of our hands, frankly. But I wonder what your what your expectation is in terms of an opening date, and then also to our attorney whether there is an option for us to sort of condition approval of a license transfer, based on that representation.
So I guess the first question is to me, Selectwoman Kennedy. I don't know how quickly the ABCC is moving. Obviously, this has been an approved applicant before, so I would hope it's sooner rather than later. I wouldn't have any opposition to saying that we would open within 60 days. Our lease begins to run once we get our final approval. I do think we have to get through the planning board. I was hopeful that the building inspector would make a determination that obviously this is a less intensive use, but it is a change of use. And when I last spoke to Mr. Hallen, I think he was of the opinion that I needed to go to planning board. So I will need site plan approval. We have an engineer working on the existing plan, which is already on file. So we will file that immediately. I would hope that the approval and the ABCC approval will happen at the same time, and certainly within 60 days.
In terms of being able to attach a condition, Mr. Sullivan has indicated that he would be agreeable to have a stipulation in the license that the premises begin operation within 60 days. Typically, if something unexpected happened, he could then come back to the board and seek an extension or a modification of that condition. I think perhaps it might be helpful if Mr. Sullivan or the Sagans can explain what, if any, renovations they need to do on the premises. Because as I recall, when they were approved for the last location, they had indicated that they expected to be up and running within a fairly short period of time, and that they were doing renovations, but still that never came to fruition. So I think that's a legitimate concern for the board.
That was my next question, Jim, just about how long we think renovations are gonna take and if we can maybe try to speed this process along, because this license has been hanging out there for so long.
Yeah, so we certainly agree. It has been far too long. Unlike the other location that required extensive renovations, virtually none are required here. It was a retail operation, albeit a eye care center, but not much is required other than installing shelving and some of the implements for selling alcohol, such as the computer that scans IDs and those things. So most of it is of a technical nature. They have contractors that will do that, but it is not a significant amount of work. I think that the only delay will be the planning board site plan approval, but I don't expect that to be a significant one. I think it's a very straightforward application.
All right, Corey.
Yeah, I guess I've got some concerns. It seems that the 807 CJC Chief Justice Cushing Highway location, the hearing for that location was originally, the first hearing was October of 2014. Does that kind of sound correct? That's what I have in the notes here.
I didn't represent the Sagans back then, but Mr. Evans, there's a long history of an appeal, both to the Superior Court and the ABCC. My clients originally operated in the Cohasset Village. They lost that.
I understand that. Thank you. So I'm just trying to just have a timeline here. And I recall, I do see it's been, kind of been ping pong, bouncing around different appeals, and went to the ABCC. There's been, as you said, a long history. When you were in front of us in 2020, I do recall a discussion about the timeline, and I recall the applicant being confident that it's a building they've owned for a long time, and that 6 months was no issue. I guess from my perspective, this license has been unused for going back to 2014. So what is that? 7 years. We did give a stipulation for 6 months that had expired. And so I'm lacking a little bit of confidence that, that this new plan, I don't have any data to support that this new plan will actually come to fruition, and that, this is a license that the town should serve the town. And based on the pattern here, I'm concerned that we may not see this license being used. So, I'd like to hear more about what kind of assurances you can give, our board to say this time you really mean it. It'd be unfortunate if we were back here 6 months from now with another sort of story. So if you could continue to expand upon that, I think that'd be very useful.
No, I welcome the opportunity. So obviously COVID had a lot to do with it, Mr. Evans. So we had a built-in extension for the approval due to COVID, which carried us, I think, 107 days beyond the initial expectation. What really was the stumbling block is we need to change the entrance location to that site, which requires a curb cut from the state. That agency was, and to some extent, really is non-operational at present. And it got to the point where Mr. Sejan was well aware that this board wants that license used. The site up the street became available. He had always been mindful of the observations of this board and others that questioned the suitability of the site that he owned. This site obviously is superior. It's more expensive, but my client has spent the money, entered into this lease, and it's virtually turnkey. So as soon as he has the approvals, he's ready to move forward. He has paid the money that is required of first, last. It's a significant amount of money for a sort of a mom and pop operation, and he is committed to this. He has litigated to obtain this license, as you've alluded to, since 2014. He's determined, and he's ready to open. It's simply a matter of approvals.
Corey, do you have a follow-up on that?
I'll let my board members.
Jack, I see your hand next.
Yeah, I think Corey raises a very good point that licenses for liquor are meant to serve the public, to provide a need. The history of this is complicated. There's litigation. It's been all kinds of various decisions. I think with COVID kind of complicating it, to Corey's point, it did delay it, but at this point, I think it's understandable. It's beyond their ability to do that. I can assure you that my understanding is getting a curb cut through the Commonwealth government right now he's got a good point. It's a wonderful spot for it. I've always felt that type of location is much better for a liquor store. The curb cut issue goes away. The parking issue goes away. It provides a service. Our clients, our citizens can go into the grocery store, Walgreens, maybe go over to Rockland and buy their wine right there. So I think we ought to give him vote in favor of this. And I suspect that he has well noted what our opinion is likely to be if there's further delays.
Thank you, Jack. And I agree. I would like to put in some stronger language or rules here just about timeline. That's the one thing that I'm a little bit nervous about, because I don't want this hanging out there as long as it has been. I would like for this to be able to come to a conclusion. Jean.
I just had a few basic questions that I'm not sure are addressed in the application in terms of, first, what their hours of operation might be in terms of, let's assume that they do open, what they're thinking there. And maybe that's set statutorily. I'm not sure. I confess my ignorance on that point, but to the extent they have discretion, I'm just curious what it is. That's my first question. And then the second question, sort of going to the overall concern about making sure this keeps moving, assuming the planning board approves the site plan, in terms of the renovations and everything being turnkey. I mean, do they have a contract with a contractor or someone on staff, so to speak, ready to do the work immediately? I'm just trying to figure out, to the extent that there are 1 or 2 steps, what is the exact plan there to make sure this gets up and going? Because if the applicant is in fact motivated, presumably that there are plans there.
With respect to hours of operation, obviously this board has the control over that. But it's his anticipation to be 7 days, 9 a.m. to 10:30 is what he typically has done. They own another store in Marshfield, and that's the hours they have there. With respect to a contractor, he does have someone ready to go. It's a very simple operation, assembly of stocking, having shelves that are available to be stocked. So a lot of the work will be done by himself. It is not the extent of what he was looking to do at 807 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. There will not be any delay for a contractor.
Jean, do you have a follow, or Jen, is that a hand?
I can't find my hand either.
Go ahead.
Just a couple of things. I don't believe that they can have hours any earlier than 10 a.m. On Sunday. It would have to actually go at 11 and then a special filing for 10 a.m. on Sunday. So we just have to know if we're going to do that. In addition, planning board wise, time wise, it's going to take at least a month to be heard. So I just want that brought into, because there's advertising timelines. I need to talk to John. So I just want to be realistic about the timelines. I think 60 days is going to be tight.
And no, that was my next question for Jen and Attorney Lamke. What do you both think would be a reasonable, but firm timeline to put in here? I would like your opinions on that, because I do get that we have to get this scheduled around a couple other things too.
I think it would be good to have like a schedule that they're going to make application to the planning board for the site plan approval within a certain amount of time from tonight if the board approves this. And I think we need to set some milestones for them to comply with. So the first one would be applying to the planning board. And in terms of the work, the renovations that need to be done there, Mr. Sullivan, are they installing a freezer or any type of unit like that?
We have already freezers.
Yeah, they already have a freezer. They just have, you have it on, not on site though, right?
Not on site.
It's not on site. They own it, but they just have to have it brought in.
It's only 1 day.
It's a 1 day job according to Mr. Sejan.
1 or 2 days, they will fix that.
And so the contractor that you have to do whatever interior build out is necessary, when would he or she be starting?
Well, assuming that we get, from the site plan approval, I think the way our lease is structured, Jim, is we take occupancy once we have the last approval. So I would assume that we get through ABCC, the contractor would start within a week.
Okay.
So if it takes a month to go through the ABCC, when would you be filing for the site plan approval? That you can do at any time.
I thought I would file for that before the ABCC, Jim. I don't know why I would wait for that. I just thought I should wait for this before I file for planning board. So we can file with the planning board by the end of next week, if not sooner.
I think that sounds good. Jim, do you have any more questions on the timeline, or does Diane and then Corey have their hands up? Jim, go ahead.
Jen would have a better idea as to how long it may take to get realistically to get before the planning board. So that 60 days, you may want to make 70 days, and they could come back and request an extension by showing that they have been working expeditiously to get all their permits and to open.
We are in rush to open. We are rush to open. We are already ready for that.
Okay. Jim, are you finished with that thought? I can let Diane ask.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Diane, go ahead.
Just throwing out some ideas for discussion. One is we could condition on their filing with the planning board within 14 days, because Mr. Sullivan suggested that was a reasonable time period. And we don't have control over planning board schedule, nor do we have control over the ABCC final decision, which is actually what they need to be operational. So I wonder if maybe we say must be operational and opening within 30 days of the ABCC decision. So that there's, 2 separate tracks. One is the permitting within the town, which they can put up and you know, should that take longer than the ABCC, which I doubt, then they could come back to us. But basically, I'm suggesting 14 days. Their application is by, you know, is being processed by our building department, and their business must be open, should we approve the transfer, within 30 days of the ABCC decision. So that gives them a month once they get that decision to move in and get everything operational.
I like that schedule. Thanks for proposing that. Corey.
Two questions, one for Jen and Jim, I guess, Attorney Lamke, my apologies. When was the first notice that we received from the applicant that the 807 location was not going to be appropriate for them? Can you, do you have that date?
It's June 9th was when the application was filed.
Okay, and our approval was somewhere October. Do we have an official date on the October approval?
I believe that I may have put it in the list. If I didn't, I can.
This is October of 2020.
Right. I probably don't. I think it was honestly like around the 20th, but.
Okay. And then for the 807 location, I'm certainly, I think I've been hearing that there were some obviously unexpected circumstances, but this wasn't a new property for the St. John's, correct? I mean, this is a property that they had, I believe, owned for some time. Is that correct?
They secured it, not to speak for them, they secured it during the the initial in 2014. I believe they secured it, purchased it in 2015. Then that particular license was denied, but they then did secure it and go to planning board.
For the applicant, is that accurate?
Well, I guess a little bit of color, Mr. Evans. So the town opposed their using that site for probably 6 years. Before October of 2020, which you referenced, but yeah, they owned it. That's correct.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'm having trouble being a little bit too sympathetic for the issues, because it was a site that the applicant had owned and could have done some.
They had no ability to permit it, just so we're clear.
I'm sorry?
They had no ability to use it or permit it for its intended purchase for over 6 years.
Are you referencing that just the liquor license had been passed around, or is there some other issue when it comes to preparing the site?
Purchased, and the town rejected that site, and there was an appeal both to the ABCC and the Superior Court, and it wasn't approved for another 6 years in October. So I just want to add that context.
No, that's fine. I'm trying to understand if
it's not like they could have used it for its intended purpose in 2014. 15, 16, 17, 18, or 19.
So that prevented them from doing work to prepare this for a retail location in general?
That's correct.
That. Okay. Jim,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jim.
Just to further expand on the questions that Corey was asking, there were a lot of issues after they ceased operation in the downtown area that were bouncing back and forth between the board, the ABCC. There was a Superior Court appeal that the town wasn't even a party to. The feeling on the town's part was that they could have and should have done something better or found another location, because there were these concerns about that location. At the end of the day, the ABCC advised the town to approve the renewal of the license for the years that it was not being used because it was in litigation. And then they eventually came in to seek again a transfer to the 807 address. There were concerns by the board on that being a suitable location, but eventually the board did approve that location.
So,
Okay.
I mean, I guess
Yeah.
as I'm understanding it, this board, obviously this, I wasn't part of this board, but for the many years, there were concerns over 807 CJC being appropriate. And then it seems like we're now faced with a decision that those concerns were somewhat validated. And now, even though we've been through a lot of time and a lot of years, we're now expected to just kind of trust on a new plan. That just is occurring to me now.
On behalf of the applicant, so we don't necessarily agree with the statement that the concerns are validated. There have been extraordinary circumstances for all of us in terms of opening a new store, including getting permitting through the state. Mr. Sejan was committed to that location, but because of the circumstances in trying to get the permits from the state, it became difficult. He has done essentially what this board wanted him to do. He's moving to another site.
Jim, I see your hand up.
I just wanted to further clarify that all during this time period, the Sajans have paid the annual license fee, even though they weren't using the license. I think that's important to note. Not that that's to their credit, because they're required to do that anyways. But in case anyone was wondering if the town was losing the licensing fees, they were paying the licensing fees during this time. As a matter of fact, when the board approved Nunc Pro Tunc, I believe, the renewal of the license for a number of years after the last go around with the ABCC, they had to make a substantial payment of the past license fees.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Jim. So, I mean, I do think we all agree this is a much better location that we are dealing with now. How does the board feel about proposing maybe what Diane suggested, which is the 15 or 14 days after meeting with the planning board, or within 14 days for planning board, and then 30 days once they get the approvals?
From the ABCC.
Yes.
Yeah, to be open.
I am in favor of putting in some more stricter time restrictions here, if that's what the board agrees to. Diane and then Jean.
Yeah, Jim, just could I clarify? Because I think it would be better if we had a motion on the table and that gets seconded, and then we can either discuss it or
That's
it
fine. Yeah.
drops
Go
off.
ahead, make the motion, Diane.
So I just want to clarify that the motion would be to approve a transfer, a change of location for Sajon Enterprises with the two conditions that I noted earlier. Would that be an appropriate motion with some
Yes.
clarification? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we approve the change of location for Sajon Enterprises LLC, DBA Cohasset Wine and Spirits, from 807 Chief Justice Cushing Highway to 739 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, and ask that they, as conditions, they file with the planning board for any modifications to the site within 14 days of tonight's vote, assuming it gets approved, and that they also will commit to being operational within 30 days of the decision of the ABCC, of an affirmative decision of the ABCC.
Thank you, Diane. Do we have a second? Jack, I see, I'm lip reading that you're saying second, even though you're muted. So I
Second.
believe Jack seconds. Okay, any discussion? Jean, you've had your hand up. Do you have discussion related to this motion?
I do. Yeah, I'm wondering, and Attorney Lamke, your guidance on this would be appreciated, whether it would be appropriate to add in an interim step. So I'm considering amending the motion to say within 1 week of receiving planning board approval for the site plan, that they will file with the ABCC. So that way you have each step taken care of in terms of how the chronology, I believe, should work.
I'm probably stealing Jen's comments here, but the way it works is that assuming that the board approves the transfer, within a few days, that gets sent into the ABCC for processing and their approval. So it wouldn't be necessary to require them. They don't file with the ABCC. The town sends it into the ABCC, and Jen can correct me or expand on that perhaps.
That's exactly what I was just going to say, that I'll be processing this application tomorrow, and then the requesting board members come in and sign the forms, also with the other hearings we have heard recently. So that's what we do. We get it in right after the board votes.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying that. So Jean, are you removing that possible motion?
Yeah, no, that
Okay.
was helpful
All right.
clarification, just because I wasn't sure about that interim process, so that's helpful.
Okay, Diane, was that what your hand was up for?
That's what my hand was up for. And by the way, my house is about to blow away. It's like Dorothy here.
I don't want to jinx it, but it feels like town hall is as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
So the motion's on the table.
Okay, so the motion's on the table. Any more discussion on this motion? Jean?
I think in terms of the factors, it seems like the board agrees in terms of traffic, noise, size, just suitability. It's a better location. It's a safer location coming on to Chief Justice Highway. There's no question, I think, about that. I think it probably makes sense too, in terms of being next to Shaw's. Shaw's doesn't have a liquor license, and so it's not like it's necessarily competing. I think the one thing that, to the extent it's within our power, which it sounds like it is, I would want them to have similar hours as I believe Curtis Liquor has, which I think they're open until 9. So I think 10:30 is a bit late, particularly in that area. And so I think that is something we should consider. And then the last thing that I would say is, Corey, I take your point about the concern of having the license sort of lingering out there for years and sort of all the back and forth. And I don't have as much background into all of the back and forth, but I guess where my mind is at on that is, litigation is long, and it has encumbered the applicant, I'm sure, from moving forward on certain fronts. And at the same time, seems like the end of the town's willingness to give it one more chance is probably a fair statement. And so, litigation is long, COVID's happened, you've tried with the state, but here we are. And so it has to happen now.
Thank you, Jean. Jack?
Yeah, I agree with Jean specific, and that it's gone on long enough. We need to get this done. As long as the agents are really moving it along, I don't see there's a problem. I do think that's a very astute point about the hours. I don't think you want to, you do not want to have the last liquor store open late at night. And I don't think it's fair competition to Curtis across the street. I don't want people running in there at 10:15 when they ran out of beer at the beach party. It's not what we really want. Whatever Curtis has, we think that the hours should be the same.
No, thank you, Jack. But point of order, we're not voting on hours yet, right? Like that comes next in the next step. So this might be a moot point
Okay.
to be, I feel like we're at a moot point to be debating hours because all this other stuff has to happen first. So maybe we don't need to discuss hours yet, but I just don't think the hours are relevant to this motion. If that makes sense to everyone.
I just wanted to say how smart Jean is.
Thank you, Jack. Okay. Any other comments on this motion not relating to hours? Because we're not voting on that tonight.
Okay.
Jen?
I just, if I may, ask Attorney Lamke, though, I think after this motion, I think you should probably set the hours this evening.
Oh, you should do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't think we did the hours till.
Yes, usually when you're approving, so that it will go with, I'll add those conditions to the license when it goes in the ABCC, and then I'll make note of that so I can put it on the physical license.
Okay.
You can include that in the main motion. You can add
All right.
that to Diane's motion if she agrees to amend her motion to have the
Okay, so-
hours.
I certainly agree to, and I'll propose that I amend the motion and the hours. Jen, I ask yours. I think they should reflect any of the other, liquor stores, especially on 3A in the neighborhood. So you said 11 o'clock on Sunday, 10 a.m. on the other 6 days?
So yeah, I believe actually Curtis opens at 9 a.m. What I can do is if you can say mirror the hours of Curtis, and then I can double check it just because everybody is a little bit different. So
Okay, so I amend my motion to include the hours that will mirror those of Curtis Liquor.
Okay. So all your comments are relevant again, Jack. We can
Right.
talk about hours again. All right. Any other discussion on the hours comments? Anyone disagree with amending those hours?
You need a second on the motion.
Second the amendment.
So Jack
Second the motion, second the
we
amendment.
we amended the motion. Jack seconds the amended motion to include the hours. Okay, now any discussion continuing?
I'm
All right,
ready.
it looks like we're ready to take a vote, a roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, I, as someone who uses Shaw's, I genuinely encourage, I wish the applicants the best of luck getting it open. Hopefully we'll do it quickly. Corey Evans, aye.
Jane Haley Dippled, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye.
And that was on the amendment. Right?
Yep. I thought we were voting on the whole motion, including the amendment.
Well, I think that was the motion
Okay.
was amended, and then Diane remade the motion
Right.
with the amendments. So,
Okay,
I
so
think
now
we're-
we'll vote again on the overall motion. The
Okay.
overall umbrella motion. Okay.
Jack
Voting
Creighton,
again.
aye.
Yep, go ahead, Jack.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jane Haley Dippled, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. All right, those should be all the votes that you need. We need to close the hearing officially, so I believe we have to take another vote to close the hearing.
I move we close the hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Roll call vote, starting with
Jack
Jack.
Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jane Haley Dippled, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. Oh, I miss our meetings last week where we didn't have to vote roll call every time. We could just say aye.
Great.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sullivan and St. John's. Best of luck with all of this opening.
Thank you.
Very much. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Good job and good evening.
Good
Thank-
evening.
So we now have an advertised poll hearing to open now, one more hearing. We're a little late for opening that, but I have this hearing ready to read. So that hearing is closed. Let's move on to this next one. This is a poll hearing. The Cohasset Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, July 27th, 2021 at 7:30 PM, now 7:54 PM via Zoom. National Grid and Verizon New England, Inc. are requesting permission to erect and maintain poles and wires to be placed thereon together with such sustaining and protecting fixtures as said companies may deem necessary to be owned and used in common by your petitioners in the following public way or ways: Beechwood Street Install 1, JO Pole 41-4, approximately 40 degrees or inches northwest from existing pole 41. The public is invited to offer public input on this proposal in writing in advance of the public hearing or at the hearing right now. Can we move to open this hearing?
I move we
moved.
open this hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Jack. So we have a second vote, roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jane Haley Dippled, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. Okay, the hearing for this Beechwood Street pole is now open. Chris,
Okay, is that you, Brian, by chance, hiding under the Cohasset Zoom? No?
That is not Chris. It doesn't look like Brian is here, nor is anybody from National Grid at this point.
Okay. As I understand this, it's a fairly, the grid has worked collaboratively with the neighboring homeowner on this. And Public Works has worked with them as well. And I believe everyone is copacetic with this. Tracy's going to show the location. Again, so I mean, it's almost I've got no reports there's any issues with this. And again, while I thought Brian was joining us, as far as I'm aware, everything's good to go.
okay, yeah, we can see the map here, Chris. Does the board have any questions for Chris on this? Diane?
Yeah, and Chris, you may not be able to answer this, but do we know why they're adding this pole? Is it an additional? Is it a relocation of another one? Is it to, is it some kind of replace a guy wire or something?
Yeah, I believe it was to replace something that was already there.
In the requirements, sorry, the reason the hearings are held and notice to the public is so that they do have an opportunity to say something. And I think we need to make sure, see if there's anybody here to comment on it. The only comment I would have is it's kind of in the middle of a property line, but I don't know, as opposed to right on the, if it's in the middle of somebody's, view right out their front door, and it's hard to know from this map.
And let me just interrupt real quick, Diane, to say if anyone is in our audience that would like to speak, please raise your hand or send me a message. I don't see anyone based on attendees, but please speak up if you are here and want to speak on this. You can continue, Diane. Okay. Jean, I see your hand. But you're muted, Jean.
Were the neighbors provided notice of this? I assume they are, but maybe not.
Yeah, the way this works, they're supposed to, National Grid had to work with them on this because it's on private property too. So they are all directly noticed. As far as I think Tracy has the specifics of it.
It's advertised as a public hearing in the Mariner. It's required to be 2 weeks before.
Yeah, but did they get notice by mail? Are they required to get notice by mail from National Grid?
I honestly don't know if that's a requirement.
Okay.
Yeah, I am not sure. I know we had a similar poll hearing related to this where they did show up to speak on it, so I'm just not sure why we don't have anyone.
You might be able.
There would be an affidavit of notice.
It says notice being given. Well, the notice was given back in April 29, 2021. I just want to, my concern is I want to make sure that the neighbors know this is happening, particularly if we're looking at a notice back in April.
No, completely, Jean. I totally see that point. I assumed that it was sent out by mail, but I am not positive of that. So it's a good question.
Yeah, we don't have an affidavit. We have an affidavit that's over a year old.
Wait, what do you mean, Jack?
A few months.
Well,
old.
generally, when you put notice out on the thing, you would have an affidavit of service or something equivalent.
This was in April. It wasn't last April. It's only a few months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it was this April.
Oh, okay.
Because the board has another meeting scheduled for next week, again, I expected to have Brian on the call tonight. If you have questions that we can't answer, which I can't, and I was just trying to get hold of Brian and I can't, you could just kick it back a week and we could pick it up next week to confirm. Again, as I understand it, the neighbors have to be notified. There's a whole process for this, but I don't have the details of it in front of me. So I apologize for that. That said, you said you're meeting next Tuesday. I don't think it's going to be anything that would be horrific to wait a week. 1 week.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's one option. Corey, I saw your hand, and then Diane.
Yeah, my thoughts are kind of basic. I mean, this is clearly a pole that goes in the street. It carries electricity and it carries internet. Two things which this town has enough trouble with as it is. It's not like we're trying to erect, the Leaning Tower of Pisa in someone's backyard here. This just seems to be fairly regular infrastructure, and I'd rather not slow down the process. I understand the concerns about neighbors, but this is a street pole. So I'm comfortable moving forward. The notice was posted legally. So I don't have any concerns moving forward with what's an infrastructure fix here.
I tend to agree with you, Corey. I think anything that could possibly help electricity in our town, the people are going to be for. Diane?
I was going to recommend that we continue the hearing and I can make a motion in that only because when I was first chairman long time ago, I think we spent over 20 hours doing poll hearings because when they are on people's properties and we don't have the answer to the questions. I mean, I agree, Corey, that I am certain that we've properly done everything we're supposed to do, but yet we have questions. So, is this a replacement? Is this a new pole in a location where there wasn't a pole before? So I do think we need to wait and continue the hearing. And I'd like to make a motion to do just that till August 3rd.
All right. Diane has made a motion to continue this hearing until next week. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second. Roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. All right, we will continue this hearing next week, hopefully with more information. All right. So our next item on the agenda was a update on the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act. And then after that, we have some interviews and appointments for boards and committees. Chris.
Okay, I have Don joining us. So Don's kind of walked through a quick PowerPoint. He and I talked about this issue a lot over the last couple of weeks. So you want to run it down? You want me to run it?
I should be able to run it if you give me. Oh, looks like I can share my screen. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Don. Good to see you.
All right. So can you see that? Is that up for everybody to see? All right.
Yep.
So as Chris mentioned, we're just going through a quick PowerPoint and some proposed projects just to really get a discussion going about what we can use these funds for. So American Rescue Plan, ARPA. What is ARPA? American Rescue Plan, signed into law back in March by President Biden. We received formal guidance by the U.S. Treasury back in May on what the eligible uses are, the allocations to cities, towns, and counties. And there's really 5 major areas that ARPA can be spent on. Supporting public health expenditures, which basically is ongoing COVID mitigation, similar to what we've been spending CARES money on. It can address negative economic impacts caused by a public health emergency, basically impacts to households, small businesses, basically economic development initiatives within that section, replace lost public sector revenue. So it's actually a calculation that has been put out by the Treasury to determine, based on the year before the pandemic, there's a roll forward to determine, because of the pandemic, has the town lost significant or had a reduction in revenue. And then basically that calculation, if it's determined that you have, can be spent really on any public purpose. The 4th is providing premium pay to essential workers. And then the 5th is investing in water, sewer, and broadband initiatives. All these categories are pretty broad. With the presentation I submitted, there was also a quick kind of summary of the interim rule that was put out by the Treasury that kind of breaks down a little bit in more detail of what is included in each one of these sections. So what do we get for the town of Cohasset through this? So we'll be receiving about $900,895 in 2 separate tranches directly to the town. So we'll receive, or we've already received the first half back in June, and then 12 months from then, we'll receive the second half. And this money was essentially requested through the Department of Revenue. So we've done all the paperwork we needed to do, received our first tranche, we'll receive the second, total of $895,000 by probably June 2022. There's a second pot of money essentially that the town would be eligible for, about 1.6 million through Norfolk County. We were hoping that Norfolk County, since it's not really a big active county, would just pass the money through to its member communities. However, it has been determined that they're going to actually manage this and hire a consultant to basically distribute the funds to communities based on application. They're still in the process of really coming up with the disbursement process and application process, but we anticipate having to put together applications for each project or purpose that we'd like to draw down from that 1.6 million. And all of these funds need to be either spent, incurred, or returned by December 31st, 2024. So basically, these are a lot of these projects could be long-term. So as long as the funds are incurred by 12/31/2024, we won't have to return any of this money. So really, this is about a 2 or 3 year grant. And what is our proposal? What's our plan? Basically, in a unique position to fund projects with this money to address many needs in the town. We've identified a handful of projects, again, for discussion purposes at this point, that will allow for capital and other projects outside of general funding and provide community outreach to our public. And I've attached again, preliminary listing of proposed projects that we can kind of start with for discussion purposes. These are not listed in any specific order of priority. And again, are more just for items that we feel can be funded through ARPA and really to start guiding a discussion on what the board and the town may want to spend this ARPA funding on. So I will try to blow this up a little bit because it's a little hard for me to see it well. And I believe you all have this in your packet. So the way this is broken out, I just kind of outlined, again, direct aid, which is about 900,000, and then a potential 1.6 million from the county. A lot of these projects, some of them have been discussed. So let me just go through the list. Deer Hill air handlers, the HVAC system at the middle high school, and the Woodshot dust collection system. These are 3 items that were approved by a capital budget. These are items that we've talked about in prior meetings when talking about town hall and trying to repurpose these funds to, instead of being paid out of capital budget and capital stabilization, be utilized through ARPA funds to free up this money to put towards town hall. Other areas that we'd like to, see money put towards is to cover potential shortfalls from CARES fund. As you know, we've spent a little over 800,000, maybe close to 9. I didn't look at the number before the meeting. Most of this is already covered from the 750 we received from CARES and will be offset by FEMA. Again, as I've mentioned in prior meetings, we don't know when we'll actually be getting FEMA reimbursement and to what extent. So having some money put aside to cover any potential deficits or reimbursements that don't come through, I think would be prudent. Ongoing COVID relief. We know COVID hasn't gone away and that we will have ongoing expenditures related to this. So we noted 200,000, again, more for discussion and a placeholder. Economic development work, working with local businesses, helping them rebound from the pandemic, maybe working with the Chamber of Commerce, put 50,000. Again, this is a multi-year grant. So this could be split up in maybe 2 allocations of 25,000 a year to help these types of initiatives. Inclusion initiatives are also eligible under ARPA. So presentations, having trainings, that could be done through this grant. Again, 20,000 could be broken up into multi-year appropriations. Another section of eligibility is mental health and substance abuse initiatives. Again, we put 50,000 as a placeholder, really thinking about breaking that up in whatever amount is determined, or if this is a project that wants to be supported, we can do this in annual allotment. And then the last 2 relate to broadband initiatives and security upgrades to our IT departments, which are all within the eligible uses of ARPA. And that is essentially presentation and open for discussion and questions.
Thank you. I will say that I'm excited to hear that I think several of these things fit with our upcoming select board goals, which we will unveil to the public soon, but I'm excited to hear about some of these options. Diane, I saw your hand first, then Jean.
A couple things. One is that I'm really disappointed in the Norfolk County Commissioners, and this is why down ballot races matter. This funding was based on per capita, so we could be really aggressive and get lots of money, but Brookline might be less so. I mean, it's just, to me, seems really regressive. So having said that, in terms of our town conversation, since we just got this presentation, thank you, Dawn, for that right now. I would love to have a meatier discussion, probably with our advisory board. I'm wondering, you know, whether we could schedule a series of discussions where we're digging into some of this stuff. And then another thing that I would like to mention is because of the water sewer infrastructure, that the money is, you know, that's one of the top priorities. And again, our water and sewer are enterprise funds. So however, having just done this PFAS program, you know, I wonder if something like that's actually the health of our water system, that's kind of outside of general operational needs of water sewer, that kind of thing, whether we need to look really creatively at stuff like that, because that might be where we focus on our efforts in terms of making applications to the to Norfolk County for funding. And I don't know, I know they have a meeting tomorrow and this is on their agenda, so I might try to listen in. But I have to tell you, it's like number 11 on their agenda. It doesn't seem like it's a clear, I think it's going to take a while. So anyway, I look forward to more conversations about it and more meatier questions even from me.
Thank you, Diane. And I definitely would love to get it in some meetings with advisory and every other players in town and decide a lot of these things, because there's a lot of good potential here. Jean and then Corey.
So thanks, Dawn, for putting that together. I appreciate it. One just quick technical question. I know that 1.6 million is the line that's sort of set within this might be the max, but is that in fact the max? So like, let's assume that we came up with a really awesome project and could get a bigger piece of the pie from Norfolk County. And is that something that's on the table? Just to fully understand.
Good question. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume that is potentially available. So the way that the CARES money was distributed, for instance, in Plymouth County, they took the big allotment of CARES and they distributed it to communities based on applications. A lot of communities within Plymouth County could not utilize their full allocation. So I know colleagues of mine in communities within Plymouth County were able to apply and essentially receive more than the allotment based on the per capita numbers that they were given. So there's definitely that potential. Again, Norfolk County is just going through their determination how they're going to run their program on distributing funds to communities. But I do see that as a potential option for us. And I think that's why we have to come up with these ideas and potential proposals that we can apply to them for if those additional monies are available.
And I have a few other thoughts, but I'm fine with sharing the air if Corey wants to go next.
Either one. Go ahead, Corey. Okay, continue, Jean.
All right, so just a few thoughts on it. One, I think that we should continue to sort of round out the list of opportunities, including thinking big, because if, you know, there's more money potentially out there beyond the 1.6, it really could be a good opportunity for us. Now, I think we also have to think strategically too, in terms of, it's one thing for us to say, oh, hey, let's like do a grant for whatever, but whether that actually will be a grant that Norfolk County will approve, I think is probably a different calculus. And so I think we really need to have those two perspectives. And one thing that really isn't on the list, and I think that we need to think hard and creatively about it, are regional applications, because I do think from everything that we've heard, including, and I think Diane, you were on this too, MMA webinars, that regional applications are more likely to be approved. And so I think we need to sort of broaden our perspective a little bit. And the only last point I would make is I do think sort of in keeping with our goal of better communication and outreach, I think we want to be considering ways to engage in outreach to our citizens, residents, beyond advisory board, beyond, you know, those folks sort of always in the know, but really to like the, you know, average man on the street to figure out, are there preferences, particularly if we can narrow it down to like some of the top applications or uses of money that we think may be out there.
Thank you, Jean. I very much agree with you about our communication and technology goals that we have. Absolutely. Corey.
Yeah, I just want to build up off of what Jean just said. Obviously, it's frustrating because it's the same money, but there are two different paths to follow, right? So, I mean, on one hand, for the money that is already allocated to us, what I would encourage the board to do is to kind of take a more systematic, iterative approach. I think it's really easy to spend money that's burning a hole in your pocket. But considering we have until, I think it said the end of 2024, is that correct? To spend that money, that really should be a very thoughtful process. And I think including advisory is the minimum, and including other things is there's no rush here. Let's spend it smart. Unfortunately, for the other half, it seems to be a free for all. So you take everything I just said and throw it out the window. So I think that we need to pressure Norfolk County again to distribute this money, as per capita as it was given to them. But at the same time, just as Jean said, think big, especially because there's going to be a rush for this money. And I think the regional projects, again, those just seem to get a really big checkbox from all the levels. So keep that in mind as we try to grab as much of that second county level funding as we can.
Yeah, Don, those 5 uses that you explained in the PowerPoint, are those going to be changing or expanding at all?
No, not that I see right now.
Kind of everything anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, this whole package gives cities, towns, tribal nation. I mean, it's meant for the whole country. So there is such broad use. And again, I sent you that 8-page fact sheet, which was kind of boiled down from 150 something page interim rule. And again, I just read through probably 60 pages of maybe 25 pages.
Yeah.
Just related to broadband. I mean, it's really in depth and it covers so much. So I think that fact sheet is a good starting point to really just kind of see. And if you really want to dive into 150 pages, nighttime reading, absolutely.
Good advice, Diane.
I just want to take off on the regional piece, which, yes, I 100% agree with that. Here's where we're hampered, which is that all of our contiguous communities are not in Norfolk County. So that is really going to hurt us. However, if we look at the money that we have in our pocket and we earmark that, but we have this is the calculus, as Jean, that's the word that makes sense. We're going to have to really figure this out, because if we do a regional project application to Norfolk County, I would bet it's not going to get funded. However, if we work with our contiguous communities on a regional project and they're making their allocations, and then we have a similar allocation, maybe we would be able to get, whatever it might be for within our town for Norfolk County. But I think this is why we really need some good strategic conversations. So, yeah.
If I can just piggyback on that too, the state is getting a big chunk of money too. And so again, it's not so we're talking right now just the money that's kind of tied to Cohasset, at least in theory, but the state's getting a lot of money too. And they're talking, I mean, you've already seen what's going on at the state level, who's controlling that money. And we need to be ready to do those. And again, I think to follow up on all these comments, I think regional projects there are going to be different. And so I do think, and then I'm just talking about the money that's already flowing. I'm not, so there's a whole nother, we're following this, all of us, right? In Washington, there's a gigantic infrastructure bill that's being now, and there's an even bigger one, by the way. It's possibly after that, but the first one has really very dedicated like water and sewer money in there. So I think there's definitely some things in there that will. And again, I think we have some great groundwork for regional projects. So I think there's got to be other money too that we're paying attention to. I've already put some of our existing capital projects into the hands of our senator and representative. And it's nice to have a long-term capital plan and approved projects so that we have things that are shovel ready or shovel ready-able. So I think we should all just keep watching those things. And I think to go back to before, we also have to really pay attention to Norfolk County, make sure they hear us and make sure that we're getting at least our base money. If there's any other money sloshing around afterwards, we should go after every bit of it. My fear is, of course, if they don't give us all the money we're supposed to be getting, right? We can most likely, we already have projects that'll spend all of it without, and again, there's more things out there that the community can collaboratively come up with, legitimate stuff, even just in water and sewer. So my fear, of course, is, Quincy and Braintree are gigantic communities compared to us. And that's where the commissioners live. Now, I don't think they're going to be political. That said, we have to make sure they're not. And they're doing this on a way. And by the way, I see Jack laughing. Of course, they're going to be political, right? So we want to make sure that we stay active so that we don't get left out of the mix, because that's the other fear of this, right? It's not just that Plymouth County didn't have any like big computers like that in the same sense. We do, and I think it's important that we stay collaborative and very, very, very astute.
Thank you, Chris. I agree with that. I think we don't always benefit, or I don't know if we ever benefit from being in Norfolk County, especially because we're not connected to the other towns. So it's a struggle that we need to keep addressing. Any other comments from the board or from Don?
The only thing I would just say is, talking about the regional projects and stuff like that, that's all well and good if eligible. I just think if those were put together so that we'd have a better chance of being distributed the money, I don't think that's necessarily the case. If they follow suit based on the allocation based on populace, so the 1.6 million, which we're expected, if we have eligible projects that fall within these 5 categories, we should get that money, regardless if it's regional or not.
Yeah.
So if it falls within, again, and that's kind of why I highlighted these 2 projects of the air handlers and the HVAC kind of under Norfolk County, because I know that goes with the COVID mitigation efforts and the infrastructure within schools to allow for better air. So I know that is an eligible use, which we should, if we apply for that, should have no problem getting. And that's kind of, as you guys had mentioned, really coming up with a good solid list, and even the bigger asks for maybe down the road if there is money, Yeah, maybe Braintree and Quincy could take a big pot, but there's small communities that won't spend it. So we could, if we have our ducks in a row, really be able to benefit.
Yes. Jack.
Yeah, Don, I think that's well spoken. I think what we should have is we should have that list of relatively shovel-ready programs that mesh with the categories, and we should submit those. And we should look to make sure that if calculate a pro rata dollar amount and make sure that we have that or more. And we should submit them and say, fair is fair. We have things that can use this money. So I think it's a great idea, and I don't know how we get that list together, but that would be something that maybe Chris can work with Don on and get the list, or get a list of, if we think we have maybe at $3 million, and we can, as a select board level, we can prioritize and say bang, 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 and submit it, see what happens.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a topic we're going to have to keep discussing as things change and as we figure out more information. So I agree, Jack. We definitely need to have this on future agendas as we know more information. Jean.
And I think we really owe it to the residents to, put water and sewer on the list. Like, we just approved the $3 million new water filtration system to address PFAS. Arguably that's a really, project that's squarely within the guidelines, no question about it. I realize though that that's a different calculus, because the money doesn't become fungible. It goes into the enterprise fund, and it just effectively lowers or keeps people's water rates low versus providing the town with more money in our capital budget, for example. But that's what I think we need to do, and maybe on a quicker timeline than we may want, is to try to get some feedback from residents in terms of whether that's a priority for them as compared to having more money in our capital plan, which we, for our capital planning, which we know we need too. And so I do think those are some hard decisions that we have to come to. And we probably need to talk to the Water and Sewer Commission too. I mean, they should really be aware of these discussions.
And also a lot of this stuff could also count as infrastructure, which we could be getting more money for as well too. So I think there's a lot of unknown variables right now based on what the state does. And if the government does more with infrastructure too, I think those would fall under that. I think a lot of this could fall under infrastructure, but it's a good point, Gene.
Step one is a list of infrastructure or similar projects for us to choose from. We can go more than we're going to get, but that's our job as select board. And I think, you know, if we could have Chris and Don and whatever in the town hall could provide that list, and it's going to be more than we were going to get, and then give us the information so we can make the executive decision where we want to do. With water and sewer, we have to always remember that they only serve, they don't serve 100% of the town. So we would have to figure out an equity adjustment for those who are in the other water system.
Yep.
But we can do that. That's easy.
So let's get this on a future agenda coming up soon to keep discussing it because it's really important. All right. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We are having a good night. All right, moving on to our board and committee interviews and appointments, starting with our housing authority interviews. We've already interviewed one person for this. I did just get word that Nancy has taken out her application for this, so she is no longer a candidate. So now we just have James Sheeran. And you're James, right? So we're lucky to have him here in person in town hall. And I believe we can see your face on Zoom. Give us 1 minute to get this hooked up. It's kind of fun seeing some people in person. Our CPC chair is here too. Hold on, the system's a little slow tonight.
What is this? I don't know.
Hold on. All right, we're having technical difficulties, so I'm just going to ask Jim to just come over and sit next to me to not make any of us wait much longer. Come have a seat. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
All right, so this is an interview for our very important Cohasset Housing Authority, and thank you for applying. And what we did with our last candidate is ask them to just introduce themselves and tell us about you and why you are interested in this position.
Okay. First of all, I want to say I'm going through dental surgery, implant surgery right now. I have no chairs in the parlor.
That's okay.
So if I swear my words, it's not alcohol, it's my teeth.
We understand.
And also, I would like to give you a little resume of my verbal resume of my history in Cohasset.
Yes, please do.
I'm a former firefighter EMT for the town of Cohasset. I'm a former assistant harbor master for 18 years, special police officer in Cohasset and Situate, and I worked at the Cohasset Yacht Club and Cohasset Hardware Store where the Bank of Abington is now. I'm also elected water commissioner 2 terms.
Wow.
So I have a little history here. I married a Cohasset girl, and my son's 53 years old. I have 2 grandsons, and today's my grandson Zachary's birthday. It's my birthday and my sister's birthday. We have 3 birthdays.
Today's your
on top.
birthday?
Today's my birthday.
You're
yeah.
here on your birthday?
I'm here on my birthday. I should be having
Happy birthday.
my grandson, but
I
I'm
feel
here.
so bad. You're here on your birthday. Okay.
And today I'm 72 years old.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
That's quite a resume.
Yeah.
You
I've been around here.
Are you sure you want to keep working for us? Don't you want a break?
I love the housing. I love the housing. We got so many things we need, and it's not getting done. I'm not crazy about this whole merger thing either.
Okay.
But
So I'm going to open this up to the board. Does the board have any questions for Jim about his application or why he's interested? Diane, I see your hand.
First of all, happy birthday. I'm sure every one of us expresses that. And then you are a resident of 60 Elm?
I am.
Okay, great.
Oh, Diane, you just muted yourself.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't hear what you said about you're not crazy about the something.
the merger of Norwell Cohasset Housing.
Oh, the housing director.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the executive director. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm not unhappy with the people from Norwell. I'm not happy with the way things are going.
Okay.
I think we need to improve some things.
Okay. Thanks for expressing that. Jean.
So happy birthday, just to reiterate. So I did want to ask you about what you thought, your both role would be, as well as sort of managing your status as a tenant as compared to being on the Housing Authority Board, which, I could foresee might be challenging at times, particularly in light of something like the merger. I was wondering if you could just talk about your approach there in terms of how you're going to sort of balance those 2 roles.
One thing I didn't mention in my brief verbal resume is I'm also the former president of the Cohasset Tenants Association.
Okay.
So I have a very close relationship with most of the tenants.
Okay.
And I want to see more things we used to do with when Katie was there, Kate Luna, God rest her soul.
Yeah.
She was the best. And I want to do more things. We need more cookouts. We have a brand new kitchen we have no access to. That's wrong. I want to sit down, and I love Taffy North Nigel and Donna McGee. I know all the people on the board, and I want to work together with them and get things moving back to a happy family thing.
Okay.
I want it more harmonious. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I think we need to go let you enjoy your birthday. That's all the questions we have for you. And we will plan it. Yes, we are done, and we will be appointing on this, I believe, next week, hopefully.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you for coming. Seriously.
Thank you, Tim. Shirley.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. It's fun meeting some people in person here for our hybrid model. Okay. So we now are done with the Housing Authority interviews, and we can plan on appointing next week, if that's okay. All right. So for School Facilities Committee, this committee that we're trying to get going, neither candidate is able to come tonight. Marty actually might still be interested, I believe, but couldn't come tonight. We have not heard from Adam Chu. So I would like to still move on proceeding with deliberating on this for our meeting next week. We can see if Marty can come beforehand, but I know we want to get this moving. So we don't have any more interviews for that tonight. Hopefully we can still deliberate next week. Then we have Open Space and Rec, our planning board rep that Eric Potter has applied for. And I don't know if Eric is joining us. Diane, question.
No, I just wanted to say that typically that that recommendation for appointment comes from the planning board. So I believe they likely had a vote and that's their recommendation. And I know Amy Glassmeyer, the chair, is in the audience.
Yeah, no, I have no problem moving ahead.
Or Lauren,
Oh,
here's Lauren.
Hi, Lauren.
Sorry, I had a sticker over my camera.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Security measures. So I'm sorry to jump in. Hi, everyone. Lauren Lind. I'm the planning director for anyone watching. I can just let you know that at the planning board's meeting on, I want to say June 12th, it was the second Wednesday, they had a vote and they made their appointments and some were reappointments, and Eric Potter was appointed to Open Space and Recreation for the planning board discussion that evening.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I have no problem moving ahead with this unless the board has any other issues or discussion with it.
I move that we appoint Eric Potter as the planning board rep to the Open Space and Rec Commission.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. Wonderful. Congrats to Eric on that position. All right, now for the Affordable Housing Trust Committee appointments. So for this, all current members' terms expired on June 30th. They have 6 full members and 1 select board liaison. The members are Steve Gomer, Ted Carr, Tom Mead, Robert Henry, Cindy Matheson, and David Pfeiffer, with, I believe, Diane was our select board rep. And Diane, I believe you are still interested in staying on as a select board rep. Is that true?
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify that it is an appointed position for the select board as opposed to a liaison
Yep.
position.
Yep,
And
no.
I would love to continue with it if the board would add me to the slate.
Yes. I believe we are. And does anyone else want to throw their hat into the ring for that? Or are we okay with letting Diane continue? I know that you've enjoyed this past year, Diane. So, okay, great. Thank you for volunteering. So I would be fine with proposing that slate that I just read, if that is okay with the board of
So
those
moved.
members. Great. Plus
Second.
Diane. Wonderful. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
I was busy getting my hand down. Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. I was like, you better vote for yourself. You should. All right. Wonderful. Congrats to that whole committee. Thank you for all the work they're doing. All right. Cohasset 143 TV appointments. I believe, and Corey, I'll check with you on this. I believe we have Catherine Harvey as an applicant.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to say anything on her behalf? I don't see her in here.
Okay, so Catherine is a very involved member of the community on the Paul Pratt Board of Trustees for a few years now. Has been in Cohasset for a long time. She's also the host. She volunteered to host a show that we've rebooted called Food 143, where we're going to just highlight some of the restaurants and different food enthusiasts within town. And she's great, and brings a lot of energy. I also, if you've all looked at her CV here, I just want to point out just the brilliantness. In 2001, she notes that for her family, she was a full-time parent, and she describes the job as counseling role, incorporating coaching and advocacy with respect to achieving personal goals and navigating complex social and academic institutions, composing regular correspondence related to institutional, academic, and social relationships, teaching skills and effective communication and conflict resolution. And that's just the most brilliant way to kind of phrase what a parent does. So that's brilliant. I would love it if she could join the 143 TV board. Just a quick clarification, we wouldn't be appointing her to the Cable Advisory Board. We would only be appointing her to the Cohasset Community Television Inc. Board of Directors, as we had voted on a few weeks ago regarding the change of that structure. So
Yeah.
I would request that the board vote her in.
Make the motion. Or
I'll move. I noticed that too, Corey, on her resume.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for Catherine Harvey. Roll call vote.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. And thank you, Catherine, for stepping up. You seem great for this. I'm excited to compete with the Food Network now on our local TV channel. That'll be so cool. All right. CPC appointments, and we have our CPC chair here with us in the room. Welcome, Russ.
Thank you.
Hold on, you're muted.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to be in person and good to see Casey.
No, so we're gonna have an echo. So I'm gonna let Russ. All right, we're gonna playing with muting here because we're partly in person. So for these, I'm gonna let Russ discuss about it, but I believe we have Paul Grady, who for planning board rep, Suzanne Wadsworth for historical commission, and I believe Corey Evans possibly for our select board rep. Corey, if you accept that. Russ, I'll let you speak on that list though.
We also yeah, how's that? Okay, sorry about that. We also have an opening for affordable housing. So once you all filled that one, we'll have one to go. I don't know if any of the people who, besides Corey, are listening or available tonight. And I just had a few questions that I'd like to ask the applicants. And one would be, how much do you know about the CPC and what projects that we've done that you thought were good? And conversely, what ones we've done that you didn't think were so good? As we need to hear both ends of it. And what your feelings towards land acquisition and anything being invested into the town versus private organizations.
All right. Thank you, Russ. So I don't see, I mean, Corey, you're here to speak on those things. I do not see the other two in the audience. We can wait and see if they show up, but I don't see them.
And Kerry, I'd be interested too.
Yeah, they're just certain boards and committees have automatic appointments. So as a rule, we don't have them appear since once the board votes them as their member, that's the board's kind of, option. So Mr. Grady's voted the planning board representative, and Ms. Wadsworth is the historical commission rep. Select board has to vote on its own. But so normally they wouldn't, this is not a citizen rep. So, while I understand the questions, they're not normally invited to attend because they're representing a commission.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that, Chris. Diane?
I just want to clarify that our agenda says housing authority, but it is the affordable. I guess I just want clarification. I can't remember, Russ, you might know the answer. Is it a representative from the housing authority or is it a representative? Okay, not from our affordable housing trust. Okay.
Yeah, it is housing.
Okay.
Okay.
And we don't have anybody from them yet.
I don't believe so. So we need to find, we need to get one of them to do it. Jean.
I just wanted to throw my hat in the ring as well for the CPC.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you both for being willing to step up. So I would be fine moving along with these appointments because it does seem like there's nothing, we really don't usually invite them here. How does the rest of the board feel about moving it along with Paul Grady and Suzanne Wadsworth?
So moved.
Okay. Jean?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for Paul and Suzanne. Roll call starting with Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dippold, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Carrie Thompson, aye. Okay, so now Corey and Jean. So I do want to clarify, we're only supposed to appoint one. I don't think we're allowed to appoint two. I was asking Russ about this earlier today. no, it's okay, Russ. Corey and Jean, do you maybe just want to tell us as a board why you'd be interested in doing this?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Jean.
So with respect to the CPC, I do think that they play an important role in sort of providing that additional supplementation that the town may need, whether it's in preserving our historic assets, our fields and recreation, our conservation needs, as well as affordable housing. And I think that to answer Russ's questions slightly, but maybe take him in a slightly different turn. So one of the reasons that I'm interested in doing it is because I am pretty heavily invested in the field and recreation issues. I'm, working with the town in terms of the field study and looking at long-term issues, which also look at sort of the big picture of our fields and recreation. And I think that a big part of that is also going to, take into account, most likely in the future over the next X amount of years, both how we think about CPC funding and sort of the big picture strategic plan when it comes to fields and recreation, but also to how we think about CPC funding when we know we have other needs out there, like with respect to historic buildings like Town Hall, right? So there's that $4 million that's, out there with respect to a potential funding source and how that meshes against other historic needs that we have within our town. I think that's going to be a big question for the CPC committee to answer that I'd like to be a part of, because I do think it's important that we carefully manage that money while investing it wisely in, the historic assets that the majority of our residents care about, because the CPC money is fundamentally theirs, right? They pay for it vis-a-vis their own funds. It's essentially a surcharge or tax on their bills. And so I do think another part of CPC too should be considering, the overall desires of the residents in that regard. So those are sort of the reasons that are triggering my interest in the CPC in terms of the big picture, both in terms of overall strategic planning with fields and recreation, also capital planning, particularly as it relates to Town Hall and other historic buildings that are out there. I'm happy to answer Russ's direct questions, but I'll pause and maybe let Corey.
Okay. Yeah, Russ, you can respond to both of them after. I'll let Corey talk and then you can respond.
For anyone watching, I mean, the CPC is it's really, I mean, to me, just a brilliant and kind of beautiful mechanism, in that, it establishes a fund for the community to kind of put it into things that better the community in ways that are maybe a little less procedural, a little less operational, but things that, may not have a direct measurable value, but have a real intrinsic value. And, it's so broad. I mean, things that I'm passionate about, obviously, that CPC can do, obviously historical, but like land acquisition. I mean, it's a great way to ensure Cohasset stays. We've got, a lot of great conservation areas, and the CPC has been able to help the town, improve those efforts. When it comes to, I watched a fair amount of the CPC meetings the past year, and because there were more than one thing I was really, really interested in. Two that really pop out to me are, the work that was the $375,000 for the Cohasset track, and the historical preservation for the Second Congregational Church. And what I really appreciated watching the meetings is the amount of care that the CPC gave to a lot of these decisions. And I entered, with my own opinions about these different things. But as I watched the discussion, I was just so encouraged by how decisions were made. And at the end of it, I was very confident that the decisions that were made through a very good discussion, review process. So when it comes to the stuff that was approved, at least through the last year, I think it was well done. I think using money for ball fields is certainly very appropriate. I think using money for preservation of historical areas is very appropriate. I think the Beechwood basketball court. I mean, if you see kids using that, it's packed nowadays. I mean, these are things that the CPC can do, and obviously it's not a blank check, but there's a lot of stuff that can really benefit the town. So I'm excited for the opportunity to be part of that discussion. I'm excited about the opportunity to really encourage the town to invest in things that really improve the quality of the life in town. Especially when, as I said, land use or parks or historical. So I'd be honored if I could take the appointment for this coming year, if the board thought it was appropriate.
Yeah, I think you both just gave beautiful responses. Russ, I'm going to let you respond. I'm going to mute myself and let's unmute you.
You would like, there it goes. Hey, need a bigger hammer here. No, I was happy with both answers. I do think one of the things that CPC has been paying attention to lately, and especially needs to in the future, is housing. We've put a lot into the Affordable Housing Trust, and we should be putting a lot more. We have plenty of fields, and we're upgrading them as we can. But if we don't catch up on our housing, we're going to be financially getting whacked. But otherwise, I have nothing to add on it.
Jean,
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, so Carrie, just to follow off of that. So Russ, I completely hear you. And I ironically I think that's CPC's greatest victory and failure at the same time in terms of, and it's not necessarily a failure of CPC. I think it's more a continuing challenge for Cohasset to try to position ourselves in a place with affordable housing projects such that CPC can fund projects and create that pipeline. And so I appreciate that CPC has provided more money than was even requested in order to make projects viable. I do think, though, that has been a place historically over time where we as a community wish we've probably done more, right? And we're taking those steps. We've shored up the Affordable Housing Trust from a legal standpoint. I think now, though, we really have to get serious about the pipeline there, including working with nonprofit and public partnerships, which is what you see with communities that are serious about building affordable housing and having a pipeline do. I know because I was on the board of a nonprofit in Boston who worked with many suburbs in that regard. So I do think it's our greatest challenge, and we're getting there, but I do think that that's a place CPC really needs to focus more on.
Okay. Corey, do you have any responses?
Yeah, no, I just, I guess in the housing thing, I mean, there's been some it's obviously not an easy solution, but the chair of the Affordable Housing Steering Committee, Rob Jeffers, and the chair of the trust, Steve Gomer, the last year, there's been some encouraging movement, and I would say that it's certainly a challenge, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a failure. We've got a time deadline looming, but there's been some really creative discussions. And one of the discussions has been how to maximize the dollar figure that the trust has into the most units, whether that's, lots of different ways to do it, and so continuing that funding source is very needed. But I also want to at least thank the steering committee and the trust for kind of the effort they've been putting into it, because we're in a much better place than we were 18 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I support them fully in what they're doing, and using CPC funding to support their efforts is obviously very appropriate. So
thank you. Jack, your hand's up.
I'm trying to figure out, on the select board, we all go on various things and some of them are,
Right. Are appointed
More-
some are liaisons. Yeah.
and some of them are substantially larger roles
Right.
than others. And I was just trying to figure out, you know, Corey, you're doing the 143. And Jean, are you doing another thing of equal weight or?
We haven't made all those appointments yet either, Jack, so we could
Well, we
wait.
know where Corey's going. I may be speaking for him, but we hope we know where he's staying.
Fair.
um,
No, I know. We haven't done our liaison appointments either though. So you're right. I'm also trying to figure out kind of, you know, balance of roles here in terms of what responsibilities everyone has. And I mean, our options are we can either vote on this tonight or we could wait until we make a few other appointments and assign other things and see where it falls. I personally hate this decision because I think both of you have beautifully articulated why you deserve this, and I would trust both of you on there. So I'm torn with what to do. Diane, what do you think?
Well, I'd be comfortable just, you know, actually waiting till some other appointments are made. I mean, summer liaison, but one of the important clarifications I want to make, and I probably sound like a broken record because I say this all the time. The CPC is incredibly dedicated, and what Russ said, I mean, and I think Corey said it too, that the amount of work they put into looking at all these applications is pretty tremendous. But their recommendations go to town meeting. Ultimately, town meeting makes these decisions, and it's up to us as a select board to set priorities and guide town meeting and take the recommendations of CPC. So it's not like an adjunct, it's sort of an adjunct pot of money, if you will, but it's not an adjunct decision-making process. So I just want to tell everybody, especially people watching, that we are all involved in all these decisions. So at the select board level, whether any of us are on CPC as an appointed position or not, we are going to be involved in making the decisions about what priorities get recommended to town meeting.
Corey?
I mean, I was just going to bring up that, you know, one of the things, and I think, you know, Jean brought it up as well, you know, that's going to come in front of CPC is town hall funding. And I think that, you know, public positions on town hall funding have been, you know, there's been disagreement on the board. You know, an appointment to CPC, you know, may have an effect on the town hall project. I don't know if it will or not, but that's something that has at least been a point that's going to come up, and is a point that the board has spoken about in the past. So that should be consideration.
Okay, all good points here. So our choices are we can vote tonight or we can wait on it. Jean,
I think we ought to wait.
Okay, I am fine with either. Jean and Corey, are you okay with maybe waiting on this for at least one more week?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to line up the full complement of who's doing what, and then.
Which we're in the process of doing, which is why we're trying to get this done, but I do think waiting on this wouldn't hurt. So, okay, let's hold off on this vote for the select board member until maybe next week or one of our next meetings. So Russ, you get Paul and Suzanne for tonight. All right, but thank you for being here.
And recruit from the housing authority.
Yeah, we got to keep recruiting from the housing authority, Russ. So
Yeah.
we'll have you back for that.
Have one more interview assumption already?
No, we're done now. We just need to make our appointments for that,
Oh,
which will happen next week.
great. Look forward to it.
Okay.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you, Russ.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to one of my favorite New Englander terms, the fence viewer appointments. I just think it's adorable that we still have these, but they're very important. All right, and we have two applications for fence viewer. We have Glenn Pratt and Annette Sawchuk. And I don't see either of them here, but I know many of us know them both very well. So are there any comments or questions or issues with those two being appointed as fence viewers?
I'll move the nominations.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you, Jack. All right. Voting for Glenn and Annette as fence viewers. Roll call vote.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dippled, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. Congrats, Glenn and Annette. All right. the Historical Commission appointments. We have 3 for that. We have Merle Brown, we have Noel Collins, and Mark St. Ange. I'm looking to see if any of them came. Yes, Diane.
Just a question on how many positions are available.
I think all three are available. They're up for reappointment. Oh, up for reappointment. Yeah.
Okay.
But all 3 of them are, which is great. They're all staying on which is fabulous. Okay.
So moved.
Motion to
Great.
approve.
Great. All right. Roll call vote. Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. Okay, great. All right, the MAPC. So from what I know about this, there's 1 full member and 1 alternate member. And I believe the 1 full member is Lauren Lind. Is that correct, Chris? And I know
Historically, the planning director has been, only because they're so engaged in this stuff and they can go to meetings during the day and everything else. So historically, our planning director, when we've had one, has been.
Okay. And Lauren, I assume you're okay with that?
I'm sorry, I left the room to get water. I missed
Fine.
the last few minutes of conversation. If you could bring me up to speed.
No.
Just got elected to something. Just
Yeah, you're.
my advice,
Welcome to the
Lauren,
select
never
board.
leave the
Yeah.
room again.
We're trying
Walked
to
back in
trick
and
you.
heard the planning director. I'm like, oh no.
No, so MAPC, Lauren, usually you're the full member.
Yes.
Are you okay
yes.
with that?
Certainly, I would appreciate that. I actually, I serve as the interim vice president now. I had been vice president of the South Shore Coalition, which is our sort of regional group. So yes, that's happy to continue
So
to
moved.
fill that role.
Okay, great. Well, hold on, Jack. And then real quick for the alternate member, Chris, you said it sometimes can be a select board member, it sometimes can be other people.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rotating cast of folks, including me. I'm, so it could be a member of the select board. It could be anyone else the board seems.
Okay. Corey?
Yeah, I just, I know we've got kind of split things, but I've been working a lot with MAPC, with the economic development stuff, and just kind of being plugged in. There's a lot of stuff that the town can, we can supplement what we're doing locally with a lot of MAPC efforts, everything from, electric school buses to just downtown revitalization. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff. I'm passionate about it. And so, I mean, this is something that I'm kind of already doing and want to be plugged into. So this would be something
You want to be nominated?
to do. Yeah.
I think so, Jack.
I nominate Corey.
Thank you.
All right, so let's, maybe how about, Jack, can you amend your motion or just say that we'll have for
So amended.
Lauren and Corey?
Yes, so amended.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, just clarification that Corey would be the alternate member.
Yes, yes.
But of course he
Yes.
can participate as.
Lauren is the full member. Okay. All right, roll
Jack
call.
Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans abstain, I guess.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. Don't be shy, Corey. You can vote for yourself in the future. Okay. All right, last one, and then we're moving on to master plan. All right, so the Norfolk County Advisory Board appointment, again, as we're talking about this mattering, Norfolk County and dealing with them matters a lot. Jack, I know this was your.
This is the most inconsequential experiment and not getting listened to.
So, Jack, is that you saying nicely that we should nominate someone else besides you? Is this?
I will continue to serve if need be, but I have no great desire
Okay,
to
so
do that because we don't have any. It's
right,
like
so
we don't
Jack-
exist.
Jack,
But
is
I
it-
will continue if nobody else is fool enough to take it.
it sounds like we need someone to be a little bit tougher here, advocating for us in the county. Jean, I saw your hand, and then Diane.
Yes, I would enjoy doing this. I
Okay.
think that, the time is now to really be on top of Norfolk County and cross-examine them with vigor about every single thing that they're doing in order to maximize money that Cohasset wants. And I am happy to use any opportunity to do that on Norfolk's advisory board.
Okay, Diane.
I'll nominate Jean Haley Dipple to be the Norfolk County
Great.
Advisory Board
yes.
appointment. And I'll also tell you that I have a couple of very close friend and family member who are Norfolk County elected individuals, not the commissioners.
Great.
So tag team with me, and I'm happy to help you in any way.
Please, you two get on that. That sounds great. Okay, we have a nomination for Jean. Do we have a second? All right. Roll call. Jack.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. Thank you, Jean, for stepping up. You'll be great for that. All right.
Thank you.
We are done with that. Does anyone need a quick bathroom break? Couple minutes as we get Katie. Okay. Diane does. All right. Mute your screen. I'm going to invite Katie in the room to start getting our master
Before we
plan.
move on, Chair,
Oh, yeah,
I think you know, the point of workload is one that's certainly true, and I don't want to hold up some of the work we're doing. So I'm happy to withdraw my application, my request for CPC for the purposes of efficiency and expediency. The board is so.
Well done. And that was good because, you know, you waited until we got her on Norfolk County.
No, Jack's right. I was gonna say. So now we're just giving Jean more work. Hold on.
Great.
Okay, bring it.
I am fine with that, Corey. I think you both are absolutely qualified for CPC, but if you want to do that, that is fine. Jean, are you still willing to accept CPC?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So
I'll nominate Jean for the CPC liaison
okay.
Second.
or position, sorry.
All right. Roll call vote.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Haley Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy.
Carrie Thompson, aye. All right. Congrats, Jean.
All right, and thanks, Corey, for sharing the wealth.
We will pass that along to Russ after he left. All right. So just a couple minutes. If anyone needs a quick bathroom break, we're going to get Katie set up for our master plan implementation committee update. I know she has a PowerPoint she wants to share. So if anyone needs a couple minute break while we get that PowerPoint set up, and then we'll proceed with that. Hi, Katie.
Hello. I was just texting you guys. Do you mind promoting?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
All right.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Work team members.
I'm trying to get my business photo off the screen because I think it could be an issue. Gosh.
All right, gang, I'm ready when you are. So once I see Diane and Jack's faces, Katie, we can get started. And I believe everyone's promoted.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Cassie and Tom and Amy. Thank you for being here.
You know it's bad when the dog has abandoned you and gone upstairs.
We have Casey here in town hall too that was hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah.
So not a fun night for dogs.
No, my dog just got tired of like, she's like, I want to go upstairs and lay on the bed. She's not scared of thunder, but she's like, she was just done with like
Done with select board.
Yeah, why aren't we upstairs? Like we snuggle under a blanket. Well, you gotta go find somebody else.
So cute. All right. Oh, Diane's back with an ocean scene.
Clearly, I didn't know what I was doing trying to change my screenshot.
It looks pretty. All right.
Black Rock Beach, but I'm
Yeah.
going to take it off. Yeah.
All right. Jack, I don't think has gone too far, but. And Katie, you should have, I think we promoted you as host, so you should be able to do
Yeah,
that.
no, I can.
Okay. All right. I feel like Jack should be back any minute, Katie, so I don't.
Yeah,
want
that's
to
fine.
make
I'm
everyone
happy
wait
to-
so long, so I'm happy. I mean, I think that it's probably fine if you to get started.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you for being here. We're excited for this update.
Well, thank you guys for having us. I think most of you guys know the Master Plan Implementation Committee is made up of 8 members. There's 3 of us who are citizens at large, myself, Cassie Malatesta, Jen Boyland, and we have 5 liaisons, Tim Davis from Harbor, Amy Glassmeyer from Planning, Tom Callahan, who's been our rep from Open Space and Rec, Peter Hobson, who's been our liaison from Affordable Housing, and Julia Gleason, who's been our liaison from the historical side. And so we wanted to come back a year after we had made our preliminary recommendations and not only update you on those preliminary implementation recommendations, but also kind of unveil what we think the next chapter in the implementation process looks like. I know that it's late and I'm going to try and run through things quickly tonight. I did want to come and speak tonight, and as a committee, we thought it was important to at least start a conversation because we know that you're putting together your goals. And I think it was important for you to kind of understand where the implementation committee was thinking in terms of where we were going to head next. And so that was the thought process. What I would suggest is that we kind of run through things tonight to kind of prime the conversation, and then perhaps have us back in August or early September to either deep dive into areas of interest where the select board wants to have a more detailed conversation. And in some cases, we should probably have a more detailed conversation about follow-up and next steps, because you'll see that it does get complicated or more complicated as we're beginning to manage our first 5 plus our next 5. So if you guys don't mind, I think maybe tonight using this as an overview, and then having a second conversation that can be really directed by you guys in terms of where you'd like us to peel back some layers of the onion or want to have more of a grounded conversation in terms of next steps might make sense. Okay.
That sounds great, Katie.
All right. And I did want to mention that we are going forward and updating the planning board formally. The planning board, I think, as most of you know, has statutory responsibility for the master plan. So we're on their agenda for August 11th to give the same update that you're hearing tonight. So that is on our work and agenda. So table of contents. Tonight, we just wanted to cover where we were with our 5 implementation goals from last year. We're calling that kind of year 1 of implementation. So talk about where we are with those, what are the next steps. Spend a little bit of time on implementation funding, because that really is a big piece of the fuel in terms of moving the master plan forward. And then talking about what we see, as I had mentioned earlier, as the next chapter. And we've labeled this as year 2 plus, knowing that since we haven't necessarily finished any of our year 1 implementation priorities, how we phase in those year 2 plus implementation priorities is something that we need to think about and balance. And so we're not necessarily recommending that we jump off the starting line on all of the next 5 at the beginning of fiscal 2022, but rather feather them in over 2022 and 2023. So that is the agenda for tonight. So sort of jumping into the year 1. So this is a review of what we recommended last year as the 4 goals for the Master Plan Implementation Committee, which were to communicate, collaborate, centralize focus on high priority areas, and cultivate resources. We did a little bit of a traffic light in terms of thinking about how we did in terms of progress towards goals. The 2 that we gave ourselves a green light on were centralizing focus on high priority areas. I think we did a really good job of really identifying the top 5 priorities and standing up 3 working groups against those, 3 of the 5, liaison, putting in liaison with affordable housing, and then working with the select board and the sewer commission around the regional sewer goal. In terms of cultivating resources, again, I think we did a good job of beginning to fund the implementation priorities, and I'll sort of show where we stand in terms of as we head into fiscal 2022 in a minute. The 2 areas that I think, we graded ourselves a little bit lower were 1 on collaborate. We kind of gave ourselves a half yellow, half green. And the goal is a lofty one because there are 30 town committees plus various town departments that our implementation committee is trying to liaise and work with. So I do think that we did a good job of establishing some strong liaison relationships with a lot of key committees. And some of that was through our working groups, and some of that was just by adding 2 liaison positions to the Master Plan Implementation Committee itself last year. But there are still committees that we need to continue to reach out and figure ways to connect with. Example of that is AEC. We just haven't spent a lot of time with AEC, and they frankly have their own set of goals and initiatives that they're working on. So there are committees that I think as we go forward, we would like to find opportunities to connect and collaborate with. And then last but not least is communicate. This is one where we really ranked ourselves only a yellow. And to be honest, I think there was a lot of good Mariner coverage and some good press around when we first came out and talked about our 5 implementation goals. But it's hard to find time to get to that communication piece. And so, we as a committee are trying to think of ways that we can more organically and regularly update the community, whether it's Facebook or through the town manager newsletter. But this is an area where, again, I want to hear a little bit more around what the select board is doing with the communication goal, because it's hard to be doing the implementation work and then as sort of your second job, do the communication work. And that's the piece where I honestly think there's a lot of great stuff happening, but it's just hard to find the time on a volunteer committee to do that extra step. So that is one where, to the extent that the select board has some ideas around how we can streamline communications, Master Plan Implementation Committee is ready to partner and think about that jointly. So those are the 4 C's from last year. Here's the good news. Lauren helped me. We have a master tracking spreadsheet of all 138 master plan strategies. And she went through and updated it a year later, and there are 50% of our strategies are in process, or we have some effort against them. And this isn't necessarily a surprise, because some of the strategies themselves are regular business of town departments or regular business of committees. But I think it's also a sign of the fact that Cohasset has taken this master plan very seriously. At a committee level, at an implementation level. So while we have a lot of things in process, the flip side to that is that few have reached completion, and frankly, few of them are going to reach full conclusion in the next 12 to 24 months. But the good news is that we have kind of strong initial thrust in terms of implementation. And as Lauren pointed out when we were sort of putting together this presentation, that was in the face of a pandemic. So we did a lot of this work over Zoom, and so we were able to kind of come back and really work to put some good effort against implementation goals. There was a lot of work towards cross-committee collaboration and communication, and I think that was something, as I said in the previous slide, that we feel very proud of. And then the other 2 things that I think are beginning to show signs of taking hold as part of the implementation are regional discussions in several areas, sewer, economic development, and there's potentially other areas where we could have regional discussions that would support our master plan, such as open space and climate and resiliency. And then the last but not least, I think we have to recognize that at least with the top 5 implementation priorities that we recommended last year and the ones that we're looking at for year 2 and beyond, a lot of what we're tackling requires, has a lot of complexity and interdependencies. And so if you remember last year when we kind of unveiled the first 5, we had a kind of 5 criteria that we used to rank why we chose those as our priorities. And it came down to urgency, you know, the amount of funding that was needed, the level of public agreement that was needed, dependencies, whether they were internal or external, and then whether the implementation priority was dependent on a large amount of external grant funding. And so a lot of the implementation, or frankly, all of the implementation priorities that we chose last year, and many of the ones that we're going to recommend for this year, rank really high in terms of urgency, dollars, the need for public agreement, dependencies. So they are complex implementation strategies. And I think it's good that, frankly, we've tackled some of the tough ones up front, because it's going to take a while to pull all of those 5 criteria together in order to be successful in the ultimate implementation of them. So that's kind of an overview of where we are 1 year into the implementation process. I just wanted to spend a second and first off, thank the select board for really getting involved at a working group level. I think one of the big changes that we made, and it was frankly based on a discussion with your board last year, was that instead of having one select board member sit on the master plan implementation committee, which is kind of the umbrella organization, have you guys deployed against each of the individual implementation priorities. So Diane has been working on Elm Street Corridor. Jack has been working on zoning bylaws. Paul Schubert was on affordable housing. Corey and Carrie were against economic development, and Corey, the whole board, but now Corey has been doing some heavy lifting as it relates to sewer planning. And having your involvement at the working group level, I think has really not only spurred some of the work, but I think it's made, I would hope, some of the conversations in terms of updates to your board richer, because you guys can bring the details when you talk about it, instead of just giving the really 1-inch deep discussion as to what's going on. So thank you for that. And to the extent that as you guys are talking about workload, continuing to shoulder the workload at the working group level or at the implementation priority level is going to be really critical. And certainly I'm happy to come back, and we're happy to come back and talk about how we might change that up. But to be honest, when you look at where we are in terms of estimated complete, we're at 25% or less on all of these. And, you know, some of it's by design, right? If you look at economic development and sewer planning, they're, you know, 15% or less. But part of the reason that we put these out as implementation priorities we needed to start in year 1 is that we knew there was going to be a long, slow burn against all of these, and was going to require sustained focus and effort in order to achieve success. So in terms of the time to completion, you know, economic development, 3 to 5 years, sewer planning, 3 to 5 years, by the time we actually make decisions and get things built and funded. Those are sort of the timelines that we're looking at. Affordable housing, I heard a little bit of the discussion before, and I would emphasize that I think there's been significant progress and a real seed change in terms of what we have in the pipeline. We have 40 affordable housing units in the pipeline between the Cohasset Harbor Inn, 808 Jerusalem, 390 CJC, and 1 Pleasant Street. And there's even some other ones that are kind of rattling around out there that could get us above that. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is that we still yet to really convert any of these, but us having 40 versus having 0 or onesie twosies is a big change. So I think that from an affordable housing perspective, once we can get over that magical threshold and achieve some level of safe harbor under 40B, the work will be more sort of moderate in terms of the number of units that we need to generate on a decade basis. We're playing catch up at this point. But again, affordable housing is a implementation priority that until we get over the hump, we're going to have to really keep our eagle eyes on. But then once we achieve 40B safe harbor, it is something that we're going to have to continue to put sustained effort against. The last two that I wanted to talk about were Elm Street Corridor and zoning bylaws. And I would put these at sort of 25% complete. There's been a lot of work done in the last 12 months on these. And these are actually two where I can see a path to completion in the next 12 to 24 plus months. And so now is not the time to take the foot off the gas, but to kind of lean into the project so that we can get to a place where we are confident that we're going to be able to complete these projects. And in the case of Elm Street Corridor, that means getting past the design phase that we're in currently to a engineering, 75% engineering phase, and then finally getting to the actual construction and implementation. On zoning bylaws, slightly different. I kind of use the analogy of this is like we're proposing writing a novel, and we've kind of written an introduction, and that's what we unveiled at annual town meeting. And we'll probably have some chapter 1 written for a special town meeting in the fall. But there is a whole novel that needs to get written in terms of additional recommendations relative to the priority areas we've articulated. And that novel is going to take a bit of time to write, which is why we've applied for the grant to help us with the comprehensive redraft and reorganization of those zoning bylaws so that we can get that full novel written and do it in a way that not only is has public engagement, but also really unveils the full narrative to the community in a way that they can digest it and hopefully get behind it instead of doing it chapter by chapter. So that is where we are in terms of implementation priorities. What I would say is that we've done a great job of getting all of these to lift off. It's now a matter of continued and sustained effort. So I put it out to the select board to think a little bit about how you guys want to continue to staff and participate in the two working groups, Elm Street Corridor and zoning bylaws. I think there's some value in having the same members participate in those because there's continuity. Affordable housing is a liaison appointment, and then economic development and sewer planning. Economic development, there's going to be a bit of a seed change in terms of the recommendations I'll talk about in a second. And then sewer planning is really one where the select board and the sewer commission had agreed to continue discussions and follow through on the decision matrix that was agreed to in February. And I think that frankly needs to get a little bit more of a heavy lift against it. So the bottom line is we've gotten a lot done, but there's a lot more to do. So with that, I'm going to flip to kind of next steps. And I think just to kind of highlight here, there are some nitty gritty stuff that I think needs to happen. We have some liaison appointments that need to be refreshed for the Master Plan Implementation Committee. We need a new open space and rec liaison, and we need a new affordable housing liaison. So I'll be coming forward with those recommendations, hopefully based on input from those two committees. In terms of the Elm Street Corridor Working Group and the Zoning Bylaw Working Group, when the select board approved these charges last year, you approved them as 12 months charges under the guise of really wanting to revisit them to make sure that the structure was right, that they were working well. But it is a charge in both cases that we need to come back to you in the next month or so and have you reapprove the charge and the appointments. And then last but not least, the Cohasset Economic Task Force, we had put in place that specific working group knowing that it was going to sunset after a year. And there were going to be a series of recommendations in terms of next steps. And there were really two next steps that I wanted to highlight for you tonight. One was the the successor to the Cohasset Economic Task Force is long-term going to be an Economic Development Council. And I would say in fall 2021, the goal should be to draft a charge for that Economic Development Council and begin to recruit members. And so that's a task that we'll be coming back to the select board to work with, and be working with Corey and Carrie on that. And then the other recommendation coming out of the Cohasset Economic Task Force was relative to a very specific project regarding downtown revitalization. And in fact, we put in a test application with the state under the Community One Stop for Growth application grant. They did a pre-review of a potential downtown revitalization project back in April. And Lauren got feedback from the state that long-term, they could be supportive of a downtown revitalization grant. We chose not to move forward with that grant in this funding cycle, but rather take time, and the recommendation here is to take time and really structure the project, working with the planning director, the town manager, zoning bylaw working group, and the master plan implementation committee to define the real specifics about the project and the timeline. And to be honest, I think we need to consider bringing in a consultant here to help us pull together a grant application that really shines. There's a kind of a lack of, I think, technical expertise, at least on our side, on the implementation committee, in terms of being able to help with the vision here. There are certainly things that are happening in the downtown that we want to be supportive of, but in order to be successful in a grant application, we need to have a project that has a complete vision wrapped around it that includes not only sort of the stakeholders and the committee's thoughts, but also the physical infrastructure components around James Brook and public space, but also the zoning components. And so in order to pull that together, our recommendation for Master Plan Implementation Committee is that we have a little strategic help on that. And it's a short-term project to get us hopefully to a grant application that will get funding from the state in a future grant cycle. And then last but least, in terms of next steps, in terms of year one implementation priorities, is sewer planning. And I'm going to put this right back on the select board because we were pretty clear last year that sewer planning was something that needed to take a big step forward in terms of our thinking and our kind of collaboration. And I think we made progress. There was certainly some good joint meetings between the select board and the sewer commission in the fall. We brought in a consultant to help us with the decision matrix, which was unveiled to the select board and the sewer commission in February. There was some good discussion about follow-up and next steps. And there was one of those follow-ups done in terms of initial conversation with Situate in March of this year. But then we ran into annual town meeting and all the prep that takes. And unfortunately, the momentum kind of tailed off. One of the things that we know is going to happen is that there is potentially state and federal infrastructure grants that are going to be available to Cohasset or available on a regional basis going forward. And so the ask this year is to continue that dialogue, follow through on the conversations that we agreed to in February in terms of figuring out what are the areas that we can partner with Situate on, and then re-engage Hull to see if there's a way for us to partner with Hull. And we really need to drive this to conclusion. And I would say that, you know, part of it's the fact that there's going to be an opportunity cost if we miss out on some of the regional and federal infrastructure funding, and we're going to be left holding a, $50-100 million bill that we're going to have to fund ourselves. But more importantly, we're going to have some external factors that are just going to drive a decision whether we're ready for it or not. And those include the fact that we are likely to be adding capacity, adding expansions to the system to make the affordable housing at 390, 380 CJC possible. We've got development and infill that's happening all around town, whether we want it to or not. And then last but not least, we have a intermunicipal agreement with Hull, which expires in 2026. And it sounds like 5 years sounds like a long time, but when we're talking about infrastructure projects of this magnitude, we really have to know what we're going to do in the next 12 to 18 months in order to be able to negotiate that agreement. So I'm going to pause there. I see Corey's hands up.
I was going to say Corey's had his hand up for a few minutes, and then Diane. Corey,
Yep.
go ahead.
Yeah, Katie, thanks for putting this together as always. And the work that you guys do is just awesome. And I'd like to make a motion that only Tom Callahan's dog can talk. I saw he was starting earlier. But anyway, so on downtown revitalization, just wanted everything that Katie's talking about. Is just on point. And we identified a lot of things. We're excited to kind of come back with a clear kind of perspective. Most of the energy that we heard from the community was about downtown, and there's been great work with our neighbors to the north and the south. We can partner on. If people haven't seen Hello South Shore, it's a great effort by Citrus to do a virtual visitor center, and we're going to try to, as one of the things we're doing, plug into that. On the sewer part, this is when I was thinking earlier about different appointments. This is something that I've been engaged with very heavily, kind of since day one, and I hope to really dive into this more, especially with our neighbors. I'm excited. We're going to try to get some new meetings coming up. This is a high priority for all the reasons that Katie mentioned. So I did want to make a little pitch here to the board to continue to be the liaison for our board when it comes to our two neighbors when it comes to this discussion, because there is stuff that is. I think we have some momentum. We may be that small snowball right now, but I think we've got a path. I'm excited to come back to the board probably in the next month or two with some real concrete solid information on that front. So thank you.
Corey. Diane.
I just want to confirm that Katie's done with her presentation. So there's
no, she's not done. I think we just interrupted her.
Okay, because she's answered.
This is sort of like the first chapter, which is end of review of last year and kind of getting you guys grounded as to where we are with last year's priority. So it's a good time just to pause, but I recognize that you guys got a lot to go.
Jack, your hands up.
So just no, if I could,
No,
sorry,
go ahead.
if I could just ask a couple quick questions then. I just didn't want to ask them if she was going to continue. So what I actually want to say is that, Katie, to your point about communication, the board it is one of our major goals for all the reasons you mentioned. And I personally think that it is not the responsibility of committees to promote necessarily their work, and that's something that we have to rely on our staff for. Having said that, and to a lot of your other comments, we are challenged with resources and human beings. So in 2.0, I hope we're going to discuss, I do think we have to talk very seriously about consulting services to manage some of these really important projects that we need to bring over a finish line. So I'm open to that and look forward to going further on these conversations.
Yeah, and I'm going to try and at the end of the presentation, there is a slide which actually kind of tallies up a scary number of resources needed to be successful. But I think it'll sort of hammer home a little bit of that point, Diane, that you're making, that to do this successfully, we're going to need to add some resources, consulting or otherwise, in order to get all the work done.
Yep, I totally second all of that. Jack.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. It seems to me that am I correct in hearing that there's a position of the town to regionalize the sewer?
There's no
Corey,
position.
is that what you were suggesting, that you see your role as regionalizing Cohasset with Situate and sewer? I'm just unclear.
No. So Jack, just to catch you up, sorry, I thought you had been, kept up to date. But there was there's some challenges that the Cohasset community faces and the Situate community face. And last year there was
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Last year there's a meeting which included the chair of the Sewer Commission as well as officials from Situate about the needs that our town had the needs that Situate had. And we created a very top level idea for at least how the hard part of like the physical goods of this might possibly work. So there's, we're still kind of in the, I would say, discussion about whether this, alignment of interests. And then, if there is more to come from that, we obviously, there's going to be discussions about, well, how to get it done, but also governance and rating and all those kind of things. There's a lot of discussions, but first we had to all, at least our communities, be on the same page to say, okay, there are high priorities areas the Sewer Commission has put forward, including South Main Street, protecting the Gulf, which does include areas in Situate. They've spoken very strongly about issues with nitrogen getting into the harbor. And that meets with kind of our environmental and infrastructure goals. But to get that done, requires a little bit more infrastructure than we have on our own. So there's a lot of good conversations with a lot of people going on.
Well, I back up a little bit. When you're talking, which appears to me, what you're talking about is it's a done deal that we're going to combine our physical sewer plant and regionalized sewer with Situate.
I don't think that's what what he's saying.
Far from it. It's just, we have.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there was a very clear, and I'm happy to go back to the minutes from the meeting in February, but there was a clear discussion that the town manager, Corey from the select board, and Bill McGowan for the sewer commission, we're going to have two exploratory conversations. One was an exploratory conversation with Situate, which is what Corey is reporting out now. And the second was going to be exploratory conversation with Hull, because as we know, the big sticking point has been pricing. And frankly, whether we have.
Well, we don't, Katie, with all due respect, we don't know if that's the sticking point. I followed this fairly closely and I've talked to various people. So I guess my concern is that suddenly decisions have been made and there hasn't been a broad community discussion on that. Now, I think we should continue this right now, but I just think we need to be a little bit careful about, asserting that the town has made decisions which have not been made.
No, far
I
from
would
it.
absolutely,
Let me take care of
Jack,
it.
I'm in
Just-
violent
this is
agreement with
where
you.
We're a select board.
Right.
I don't want to include.
No, and I will say.
I know. Let's continue
I'll
this
start
on.
here.
All right.
I just want to note this, but
Here.
it's getting
All
to
agreed.
10 o'clock. Let's finish this.
All right, we've all
report.
agreed we need sewer planning. We have not agreed on regionalization. So
And
let's
that's a
continue.
very, thank you, Carrie, for pointing that out, because that was a very deliberate wording there, that it's sewer
Right.
planning. It's
That's
not
the wording. That's the
sewer.
wording.
And there were two follow-up conversations that were asked, your board asked happen. One of the two has happened, and there's been no report out. We're behind on doing our work, Jack, in terms of even getting information back to the select board and the sewer commission so that you guys can have a discussion about next steps. We're nowhere right now, to be frank, because we haven't finished our homework from February.
All right.
So I really
I'm
do dispute the
just
fact that
putting-
decisions have been made, because I don't
Just
think.
putting
the
a
homework
point
has been
out,
done.
and can we,
Yeah,
just putting the point out,
All right.
but
let's
can we
move on.
continue this,
I'm happy to, but
report?
I really.
Okay, thank you.
I really take
Umbrage, right?
I take umbrage because
Okay, good.
my
You
point
got a
is
good
that
word.
none of the homework has been done.
Yeah.
And the point is the homework needs to be done so the decisions can be made relative to sewer planning. And I don't want to get us sidetracked on the fact that there's been decisions made around in a side alley. We haven't even gotten to finishing our homework assignment yet. So let's focus on what the homework assignment is so that the decisions can be
Yes.
made. And I agree those need to be done publicly.
All right, continue. Great.
All right.
Let's
So
keep moving.
implementation priorities. I think some of this needs to be broken down and we need to have a follow-up discussion in terms of these action steps. The ones under committee and working group are easy in a lot of places, just to begin to tick them off and get those on your agenda. I do think that we need to pull apart and have a little bit more detailed conversation about downtown revitalization in terms of how that gets staffed so that we can get to being ready for a grant application. And then sewer planning obviously continues to be a contentious conversation, and we need to get our homework done. In terms of the next section, this is really about implementation funding. And I think there's some good news here. This is where we stand as of the beginning of fiscal 22. At annual town meeting, we approved over a little bit over close to $1.1 million. We have 2 grant applications that we submitted as of June 1st for another $575,000. $500,000 for engineering work, the 75% design engineering work that will need to happen relative to Elm Street corridor after we get through the design phase that we're in currently. And then we also requested $75,000 for support of a comprehensive zoning bylaw redraft and reorganization. And that would be hiring a consultant to help the zoning bylaw working group complete that novel that I referred to earlier. In addition to the $75,000 that we'll hopefully get as a grant this fall, there will need to be additional funding coming from the town as a matching. The likely cost of a total zoning redraft and reorganization is upwards of $150,000. So the grant that we hopefully will get will be 50% of that funding. So between annual town meeting, the 2 grants that we've submitted were over $1.7 million. In addition to those, those 2 grants that I referred to in terms of Elm Street corridor and the comprehensive zoning, which are part of the Community for One Stop for Growth grants, the Harbor Committee and CHIP have been working on 2 grants that are going to be submitted in the near future to the Seaport Economic Council. One for $900,000 as a matching grant for Parker Avenue boat ramp. And then they are also seeking $1 million in terms of a matching grant for the additional work that needs to happen with Government Island pier and lift systems. So assuming that we can successfully complete those grants over the summer, we will have submitted another $1.9 million in grant funding for the town of Cohasset. And then in terms of other grants that we have been successful for, Corey referred earlier to some of the regional work that's been happening on the economic development front. The town actually was a recipient of a regional economic development grant to expand the community card for $85,000. And then we've also received $30,000 from Mass DOT to begin some of the 25% design work for the 3A North segment that would hopefully get us on the tip in the future for funding and redesign of the 3A North section, similar to what we have accomplished with the funding and the redesign and getting on the tip for 3A South section. So the good news is that we have in process around $2.6 million of funding as it relates to a number of our implementation priorities.
Corey wants to interject.
I just need to do a quick correction on the grant. It wasn't for the card that actually was kind of carved out of our application. Okay. The grant is going towards a pilot program to better assist restaurants, and it's with the Senior Center to assist restaurants in serving seniors in both our communities. That's
Sorry about that. Okay.
Sorry about that. That was probably a lack of communication on my end.
Thanks for clarifying, Corey.
Okay. But again, good news is that we have 2 grant applications submitted. We've received 2 grants and we've got another 2 in process. So a lot of grant work in process that complements what we've been able to fund at annual town meeting. Why is this important? Well, as we turn the corner, we've got more grants that we want to apply for. And as we think about future grants that we could be applying for in the second half of fiscal 22 or in fiscal 23, we've got 2 additional Community for One Stop Growth grants that were previewed with the state in the pre-application process back in April and got positive reviews. One was for downtown village revitalization, and the second was for MBTA connectivity, which would be getting us to the 75% engineering for 3A North, which is really what would be required in order to get the final project through the transportation improvement program, which is the TIP, where ultimately in 5 or 6 years, the goal would be to have 3A North redesigned so that we could create connectivity from basically where Sawyer Street intersects with 3A all the way through our MBTA station, including important sections like Avalon, and hopefully some connectivity for the community into the rail trail with sidewalks and other amenities. We all know that there's a lot of work to be done in terms of implementing the harbor plan, and that means additional grants there that will help us make breakwater repairs and a number of seawall and other resiliency improvements. So those are 4 major grant programs that we're going to be accessing over the medium term. And then we have a number of other programs, whether it's related to economic development, open space and rec, additional municipal vulnerability grants, complete street programs, and alternative energy. So bottom line, the complexity of the town's grant management is increasing. We've got 5+ grants in process already, and we have multiple new grants that are going to be put in process in fiscal 2023 and beyond. This is going to require some real coordination and resources from the town side. And I think in the past, we've talked about bottlenecks being around grant writing, project management, but also having the capacity in town hall to really keep these grant applications and to the extent we receive the awards on track. And so as you guys think about resources required, one of the resources that we need to think about long-term is how are we going to support and be successful in sustaining 5 to 10 grants at a time in a small community like Cohasset. So that is a real open question that needs some consideration from the select board and probably some additional recommendations from the Master Plan Implementation Committee. So moving on to year 2. And so we called this year 2+. And so when we think about going forward, we kind of simplifies our goals down to 3: balance, priorities, budget, and broadcast our efforts. So under balance priorities, it's this idea of keeping focus on our initial implementation priorities while phasing in our year 2+ priorities and simultaneously keeping our town departments and committee goals moving forward. There are a lot of balls to juggle as we go forward, as we keep on adding to the implementation workload. Second is budget, and that means getting the funding in place in order to be successful with implementation. Part of that is around developing a clearer forecast and project management process for our grant applications, but also continuing to fund implementation priorities through budget and free cash flow at annual town meeting and special town meeting. And then last but not least is broadcasting. Again, this whole idea of continuously communicating what we're being successful at in terms of the master plan, harbor plan, housing production plan, and open space and rec. You know, I was on a call recently with the MAPC, and it was about housing choice and how to be successful with affordable housing. And they had a person who does this nationwide talking about what it takes to be successful in terms of selling affordable housing. And one of the things that they reminded me was a simple rule of marketing, which is the rule of 7. In order for people to really absorb and understand what you're trying to communicate to them, they have to have heard it 7 times. And I feel like I'm lucky if I'm able to get one impression with community members about some of these initiatives. And so if you think about 10 implementation priorities times 7 impressions, that's a lot of communication, a lot of sustained broadcast efforts that we need to do in order to build community buy-in. So again, whatever the master plan implementation can do in terms of supporting where the select board is going in terms of the communication goal, it's a lofty one, and it's going to require kind of a seed change if we're successful in truly getting the community to understand all the great stuff that's being put out there and worked on in terms of the plans that we've got. So next 5 implementation priorities. So I'm sort of turning the page here to what we could unveil, what we envision as the next 5 implementation priorities. So adding to what we would like to see in terms of implementation. And the 3 that you see on this page are land use focus, sidewalk priorities, and Route 3A improvements, and also climate adaptation and sea level rise. And at some level, all 3 of these implementation priorities relate to development or land use patterns that are happening in Cohasset. So in terms of land use focus, the implementation priority that we recommend is recognizing the complexity of the development, conservation, and land use issues that are facing the town, and the fact that the complexity and scale and rate of permits has increased. There's really kind of two components to this. One is understanding and developing a better understanding of the build out potential of the town. And the second is supporting the open space and recs goal, which is setting criteria and hopefully setting targets in terms of future open space acquisitions. And then the second component of the land use implementation goal relates to increasing support for the permitting boards by increasing training, staffing, legal counsel, and educating the community around what is possible and what are the roles of our different permitting and land use boards. So that's the land use implementation priority in a nutshell. The second implementation priority that we think is important is relative to sidewalks and Route 3A improvements. Time and time again, you'll see it come up on 143, or it came up in our master plan public forums, but there's a lot of community interest and focus on safety and multimodal access to recreation, open space, and just general connectivity around town. And so there's, again, sort of two prongs to this. One relates to 3A, and that is preparing the town for the 3A South improvements that are coming in 2023 as a result of our work to get on the tip. And then the second is completing the initial engineering work and the 3A North improvements in order to get on the tip for this in the next 5 to 6 years. And then last but not least is developing a sidewalk plan, similar to the plan that the select board and the town came up with for roadways. We need to complete a sort of 20-year view in terms of how we're going to get sidewalks completed in the town of Cohasset. Communicate what that plan is and what the segment priorities are to the community, and then identify a dedicated funding source. Unfortunately, as we sit today, the Complete Street Grant Program, the state just came out with revisions that said that all communities are going to be capped at $400,000 over 4 years. And so that basically means that you're able to do maybe one sidewalk segment every 4 years. And we've got 31 sidewalk segments that were identified as priorities as part of the Complete Street Grant program. And so in order for us to make any significant progress as it relates to sidewalks, not only are we going to have to be dogged about the Complete Street Grant program, we are going to have to develop an independent funding source. And what the Master Plan Implementation Committee is actually recommending is something akin to what we did for the roadways, which is let's find a way to get $50,000, $100,000 annually set aside so that over a 4 or 5 year period, we could actually have funding in place to complete a second segment. So instead of only having 4 segments done every 4 or 5 years from Complete Streets, we could double that if we were able to set aside a small amount of money, an annual kind of savings, in order to complete that additional segment. Again, it's going to take us a long time to get to completing all of the sidewalk segments, but we have to start somewhere. And it's clearly been something the community has asked for. And so we're raising it as a priority that we'd like to start in on as part of the year 2+ implementation priorities.
Katie, just to cut you off for 1 second, because I know we've already made you talk a lot and it's late. And I know that this next issue of climate and sea level rise, we could talk about just for an hour.
Yep.
So I'm not entirely sure what the next slides are, but maybe try to wrap up in the next 5 or 10 minutes so we can have a little discussion, but I know the board's tired. So, and these are all very substantive issues. They are all really important and deserve time, but we obviously have to continue these issues too in the future, because everything you're saying is just really meaty.
So climate adaptation and sea level rise is really the implementation priorities is obviously a big one, but the actual recommendation here is to fund an analysis of sea level rise that's specific to Cohasset, so that we can actually make much more informed decisions as it relates to projects like seawall and breakwaters, but also zoning recommendations. And the second piece of that is really around collaborating with neighborhood towns on vulnerability studies. So I'll stop there. The next two implementation priorities, this one I'm sure is going to resonate with a couple members on your board, which is a comprehensive public facilities plan. You know, the ask here is that the select board and the town manager take responsibility for developing a comprehensive funding plan and build community consensus around how we get to renovating both school buildings and town hall. We already have committees that are in place, the school facilities committee that is being stood up as we speak. We have the town hall building committee, the fourth version of it. But we're sort of headed to a place where these two, unfortunately, committees are going to be at loggerheads in terms of funding. And so the recommendation here is that we figure out a way to put in place a funding plan that provides a vision for the community where we're able to fund more than just one priority, but be able to put out a vision where we could potentially over decades fund multiple priorities of the community. So that is the recommendation, and that is the challenge to the select board is to work on that comprehensive funding plan and work with the master plan and with the committees already in place to build that consensus that's needed around how do we structure and how do we fund the modernization of multiple municipal facilities. And last but not least, we felt it was important to include historical preservation efforts in the discussion this time. We didn't in the initial round of implementation priorities. And so this is a first step towards the objective that's in the master plan of preserving the historic character of Cohasset. The recommendation centers largely around working with CHIP and the Cohasset Historical Commission to focus on two elements. One is the Captain's Walk that's going to be redesigned and made possible by a number of the changes that are happening down in the harbor as it relates to the Cohasset Harbor Inn, but also some of the other structuring that's happening with Elm Street. And so there's some need for some funding to make that redesign and re-envisioning of the Captain's Walk and the Fisherman Well possible. And that is the recommendation, the final recommendation that we've made. In terms of action steps, I'm not going to spend any time on this, but this really summarizes what we think the specific action steps are related to the next 5 implementation priorities. And so you can see that for each of these 5 implementation priorities, there's 3 on average, 3 action steps that need to happen. And as I said at the outset, I think we need to think carefully about how we phase this in because we still got action steps that we're working on from the first implementation priorities. This is kind of the critical slide, and it's kind of good news, bad news. I mean, the good news is that, as I said before, we are in a much better place in terms of applying for grants and requesting resources. The bad news is that we have, if we go after each of these 10 implementation priorities, we identified 12 grant and other funding resources that would be required. We identified 8 areas where we think that there's either committee focus or collaboration that's needed between multiple committees in order to be successful. We think there's 2 big areas of consensus building that have to happen. One is around this community's education and support for the funding for our facilities upgrades, but we also think there's quite a bit of consensus building that has to happen in the near future around the zoning redraft and reorganization. And then last but not least, and sort of echoing the issue that Diane raised before, we think that there needs to be additional support added at Town Hall in order to make this happen. And we've identified 2 half-time FTE positions as kind of a starting point for discussions with the select board. One is in the planning department and the building department to support our permitting boards and give us a little incremental grant writing capacity. And the second is really around additional grant writing capacity, but also some resiliency expertise in order to support the sea level and climate implementation goal. And then last but not least, I think to sort of in the short term jumpstart the downtown revitalization visioning, we need to bring in a consultant. So the bottom line is that there's a number of resources that we need to work with the select board to align. Some are hard funding, but a lot of them are within our control in terms of how we focus our time as committees, how do we collaborate, and where do we spend our time in terms of consensus building with the community. The whole FTE and consulting, that is probably a fiscal 2023 budget conversation, but we wanted to put that out here now in order to identify it. And then last but not least, these are the sort of next steps. And again, I'm happy to come back and finish this conversation, but it kind of boils down to first support from the select board. And the Master Plan Implementation Committee would like a vote of support in terms of the recommendations we've made in terms of year 2+ implementation priorities. And then obviously a piece of that support comes in terms of the select board incorporating aspects of this into your fiscal 2022 goals, but also revisiting this in future goal setting sessions and coming fiscal years, because as we've said, this is going to be a long-term process. In terms of funding, there are some short-term needs that I think we'll need to come back to you on for special town meeting in the fall relative to funding for zoning. I'd like to have a conversation about getting started on sidewalk plan funding, and then some of the other shorter term projects that we'd like to jumpstart in terms of year 2+ priorities. And then last but not least, again, is just communication and continuing to figure out better ways to get the community bought in. So with that, I'm going to end there and thank you guys for your time. And you guys can tell me how and when you want us to come back and continue the conversation.
Thank you, Katie. That was a lot of really great information that we need to obviously discuss at a further date a lot more. I'm thinking that the board is going to want to vote at another date and talk about this more. How is the board feeling right now? I know it's late. I know we've already been here for 4 hours, and this is a lot to discuss, but really a great update too. Corey?
I wonder if we should have our select board goals first, and then we can incorporate this into that discussion, because there's a lot of stuff together here.
They're definitely intertwined, and Katie, I think you and the whole committee is going to be very pleased with the goals that we are planning to set and that are in the process of setting, because there's a lot of overlap here.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason I know we jammed this in to an already busy schedule, but that's part of the reason why we did jam it in.
Oh, I know. And that is
in your head as you were setting those goals. So,
yep. So this is helpful as we're polishing the goals to hear your thoughts on this. Did I see another hand up, Diane?
No, I agree. I mean, I think we should talk about it in more detail, but I mean, I think our goals are the foundation. This is going to fit on top of that. We talked earlier in the meeting about ARPA funding and other funding. So I think we can start really talking about creative, just figuring out which goes into which bucket in terms of possible funding sources in the future. So look forward to that. Thanks, Katie.
Yes. Okay. Jean.
Well, thank you, Katie. I think this is great. I won't repeat what everyone else has said in terms of alignment, but I do think that at least what I'm thinking in my mind is triage needs, wants, what must be done, what has to be done, what do we want to get done, because we might be living in a zero-sum game. We probably are living in a zero-sum game in terms of resources, at least over the next year. And sequencing too of certain things, to the extent that, for example, we need zoning reform to then do X, Y, Z. I think that that's an important concept. And I think we should talk more about that and get your thoughts on that, because I do think that there are some sequencing actions that are going to be important in terms of, some of what we're considering, including some of the bigger picture goals as well.
Yep. And I agree with you on sequencing, because one of my big concerns about unveiling the next 5 is that we're not done with the first 5. And so, and yet I feel like the next 5, if we don't start them in the nearest future, we're going to be kind of compounding pain down the road. And so it's part of the reason for unveiling it, but it does raise that very important question of sequencing for sure.
No, you're right. And figuring out how to have the resources, like you said, both personnel and volunteers and financial resource. Like it's going to take a lot of resources for these, but I see your point that we don't want to avoid doing these other 5 too.
Yeah, and again,
I get that, Katie.
I mean, this slide is a little bit shock and awe, but
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I need
face when it first came on.
that we need it all tomorrow, but I think we just have to be cognizant that in order to really move these projects forward in a substantive way, eventually we're going to have to get to all of this.
It's quite a slide. It has the shock value. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack.
Yeah, well, thank you, Katie. I may push back on you, but doesn't mean I don't appreciate all the work that you've done. As you know, I've done a lot of work on some of the zoning and some other things. I think my overall thing, not just for Katie and everybody, is we should just be a little skeptical about planning. It's very easy to put in a paper plan and figure everything out, but the reality is the world doesn't work that way. What we can do is we can do some smart implementation of, like for instance, some of the zoning things you can do, some of the conservation things you can do, some of the stormwater requirements you can do, and then with some very minimal but well thought out governmental regulations that you can reward certain positive things, unreward negative things. And the less you do, the less mistakes you have to undo down the line. So I just think that we should keep a healthy respect to basically the limits of planning. Because what you plan is seldom, especially in the government thing, is seldom what you get. Thank you.
No, I agree with you, Jack, that there are limits to our ability to regulate this. And I think that's part of the education piece of the community of like, we can make these changes, but the evolution of how those changes unfold isn't always going to be as expected. But not making some of those changes is also a mistake. So we have to balance that.
Corey and then Jean.
This is not a serious comment, but I was laughing a second ago because Jack, when you said, what I really think we should focus on, you paused. I thought you were going to make a motion and just.
Oh, well, Corey, all right, Corey, my guy, motion to adjourn.
Not yet, almost, but not yet.
But Corey said I should.
Jean.
Well, Jack, given your aversion to planning, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for the zoning bylaw working group. No, I'm just kidding. But not really.
Well, we've got Jack under control there. Like he's
oh
been a member.
Well, don't say that. That'll be
okay.
a challenge.
We've done some very, very minimal but very smart things, which we hope will have a very positive impact, and it won't cost the town a dime.
All right, all good thoughts here.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, for future discussion, I do have an interest in that, given my background, and so I'm happy.
No, that's good to know.
Given that we want to do maybe more acceleration on that.
No, thank you, Jean. That's a really critical area, and having people who've worked on this before, I think is helpful.
And I think given that, we want to focus on this too, it could be more than one person from the select board can help out too.
Absolutely. Yeah, we need all hands on deck on all these things. Corey?
I could give you an example. When I was on the Fenway zoning, we rezoned the Fenway, and I've previously been we've rezoned another small neighborhood. Very simple thing was done. All you said is you increase the height by right from basically 3 stories to 10. And that was a very simple thing. And that resulted in the revitalization of the Fenway.
So now we know who to blame for the green monster. But
yes, as a matter of fact,
I think I want to echo what Jean says. I mean, Katie, if you think that, any of our select boards can create a supportive pathway, you've got Jean's support, obviously you got my support, especially on downtown, whatever I can do on that front. If you want to spin up whatever you want on that front, you got our ear.
Okay, well, just to sort of circle back to Jean's comment, I do think that the lift on zoning is kind of twofold. Like there's the technical getting to the actual recommendations in terms of the underlying language, but there's a equal and maybe even bigger lift, which is around the marketing and the consensus building of the full knowledge of the community. So like, as we think about how we staff this, like there's there's plenty of work to go around when it comes to the zoning piece, but I do think there's the technical piece of getting to the actual recommendations, and then there's the consensus building. And to be honest, the select board support and help around the consensus building is going to be critical when it comes to the zoning, because it's going to be it's going to be on multi fronts. Some of it's going to be downtown related, others going to be residential, a piece of it's going to be harbor. There's almost like, if I was thinking about it, like assigning you guys each a chapter to become subject matter experts on, so that we could pull out Corey and say, Corey is your select board member who's happy to talk downtown zoning ad nauseum, and Jean is going to talk residential. And again, there's a lot of chapters that are going to have to be written and then marketed to the community. So like, there's definitely a way to think about this that can involve more select board members. So I'm open to that. Let's just leave it there.
Well said, Katie.
All right.
All right. This is very much to be continued.
Okay.
I think you've given us a lot to think about, Katie. If you could, we could just resend this out to everyone to glance at again, and let's get you on the agenda for upcoming meetings too, of how we can keep this discussion going.
Yeah, and maybe what I would suggest, Carrie, is that maybe you, Chris, and I can kind of have a side conversation in terms of how to break this down into some concrete future agenda blocks. Because I think there's some simple successes around
I agree.
Liaison, but let's do that, and then we'll come back to the full select board with what's the plan of attack in terms of how we kind of chunk this out a little bit.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think, like you said, I think we can have some mini successes during different meetings with getting stuff done. So we will do that.
I'll look to you guys to schedule that, but I'm generally around the first 2 weeks of August, so we can get that done quickly.
That's great. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Katie.
All right. I know I held you guys hostage, but you let me on Zoom, and I'm not going to let you go.
I know we made you stay late to start.
That's why they pay us the big bucks.
Exactly. All right, we're in the home
committee meeting until it goes to midnight. Come on.
All right, we're in the home stretch. Let's do our town manager update.
Due to the lateness of the hour and the fact that the board's meeting again next week, I'm going to pass unless there's something critical somebody wants to ask me. Otherwise, anything that I could give tonight, I can give next week.
I am fine with that. All right, select board comments. We'll start with Jean, because you're unmuted.
I'm going to keep it really brief too, because I know it's late, but I just think we as a select board probably, even though I hate to say this, have to be mindful of the Delta variant out there and its increasing speed through our communities. And I'm not sure there's anything that we should be specifically doing other than thinking about it. And maybe we need to, just keep close track on that front, because I will just say, as a parent, I never want to have to do what I did last year with the children and the hybrid remote model. No one's fault, just the reality. And so I think we need to be highly motivated too, to make sure that we keep our community safe so we can return to full in-person learning this upcoming year as well, for so many reasons, including really the health and educational safety of our kids. So anyway, I am looking at the Delta variant numbers with, unfortunately, a little bit of unease.
And on that note, I was going to remind everyone to get vaccinated if they have not yet. But if we need to bring back that planning group and our working group, we can. But we do have to keep an eye on it as a town. I agree. All right, Jack.
Okay, just kind of an update. We need to get on this list, conservation commissions. They couldn't meet because they didn't have a quorum. They're 2 members short. So I don't know why that has not been on that, but I think we need to do that. I just would reiterate some of the other things that I said, that we should be very careful as we do our government work, that we understand the limits of what government can reasonably do. And we can also understand that smart, minimalist government actions can have outsized, very, very positive results. And the principle is very simple. People respond to positive results. People respond when their efforts are rewarded. And if we keep that in mind, I think we can see that Cohasset will continue to be the wonderful town that it is.
Okay, Diane.
I'll save some of my stuff for next week, but I just want to remind people, because Katie brought it up, that there was a survey sent out. I got it on the 3A North corridor. And again, this is one of those things that, you know, we reach out, we do put things out there, we put it out on Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. It's on the website, and now's the time for people to weigh in with their opinions before, you know, a year from now when we're planning and actually talking actionable items to discuss. So that's it for now.
Good reminder. Corey, last but not least.
Just want to say, I don't know how to phrase this. I want to encourage people to just try to be more understanding and productive. I mean, this tonight, I think, was a good example of our board. You know, we have disagreements, but the goal is, I think it's all understood. The goal is to get to the best possible decision. It's not to, you know, make statements or settle scores. I think there's a lot of score settling out there, and I think it's really hurting the world. So thank you to my colleagues, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, approval of minutes. And by the way, I love the new minutes format.
Thanks, Jean. Sometimes it takes a new voice because I've been trying to get them streamlined like that for a long time. So I move that we approve the minutes of 7:20 and 7:22.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, roll call.
Jack Creighton abstained for the reason that we should have full archiving of all the tapes.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jean Healy, aye, although I noticed my name was switched from Healy Dipple to Dipple Healy. If it could be switched the other way in one of them, just
Yes.
for accuracy.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. All right, we don't have any topics not reasonably anticipated. All right, the big moment's here. Is it going to be Jack or Corey?
Corey.
Adjourn.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, roll call.
I think I'm not going to vote if I can't make the motion.
Corey Evans, aye.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Jean Healy Dipple, aye.
Diane Kennedy, aye.
Harry Thompson, aye. All right, that was a long meeting, everyone. Good job hanging on.
Yeah, well done.
Same time, same place next week.
Yeah.
Bye.